Isso.
All right, shall we start, Matt? Sure. Do you want me to start or? Shall I start or? Okay. Então, vamos começar? Então, sejam bem-vindos ao nosso último dia. Eu já estou muito triste. Tem muito mais coisas para a gente conversar, né? Para a gente fazer juntos. Mas vamos tentar fazer o máximo possível hoje. E o que a gente não conseguir fazer, quer dizer, mesmo que a gente tiver 10 dias, ainda teria mais coisas para conversar, né? Mas qualquer coisa específica, qualquer dúvida, pergunta que vocês tiverem depois de hoje, podem ficar em contato com a gente, podem enviar perguntas, né? Aí continuamos conversando e aprendendo a usar esses métodos. Então, para hoje, vamos conversar sobre o processo de anotação, quer dizer, segmentação dos dados. Vamos falar também sobre processar os dados, quer dizer, calibrar vários tipos de coisas. E vamos aprender a visualizar as figuras no PRAT. O nosso último assunto para hoje vai ser como escrever um artigo que inclui dados de fluxo de ar oral nasal. Então, começamos? Ao longo da semana foi mudando um pouco o nosso horário, né? Então, esse é o horário atualizado. A gente ia conversar sobre ética hoje, mas, na verdade, a gente já conversou nos últimos dias, né? O assunto de ética já entrou na nossa conversa, então, vamos falar mais sobre o aspecto técnico de processamento e visualização. Quem que tem computador hoje? Tem. Então, quase todo mundo. E quem não tiver, não tem problema, né? Pode olhar na pantalha de um colega, né? Próxima. Aqui, a gente fez uma lista de leituras que são todas opcionais, né? São leituras adicionais. No caso, vocês tiverem interesse em continuar com esse trabalho sobre nasalidade, sobre fonética de fluxo de ar oral e nasal, todas essas leituras eu acho que seriam bem interessantes para vocês tiverem mais base, né, mais conhecimento, aprofundar o seu conhecimento sobre o que já foi feito nessa área, né? Então, por exemplo, seriam boas leituras para acrescentar numa parte de literature review, né? Para um trabalho de nasalidade sobre fonética da nasalidade nas línguas amazônicas. Enfim, a gente colocou como leituras para fazer na casa, tipo, último homework, né? Mas não é homework, quer dizer, é para continuar. Próxima. Então, próxima. Vamos conversar um pouco sobre as leituras de ontem. A gente tinha o artigo de Karen Rice sobre ética no trabalho de campo e aquela seção 4 do artigo de Whalen e McDonough. A primeira pergunta que a gente queria conversar é como o contexto que Karen Rice descreve para as línguas do Canadá, como é diferente do contexto amazônico no Brasil. Alguém tem alguma ideia? Como que é diferente o contexto norte-americano do que o contexto sul-americano? Quer trocar?
Está carregado.
Tá. Esse daqui também, né? Mais ou menos. Ainda funciona. Então, alguma ideia? Como que é diferente o contexto norte-americano do contexto brasileiro? quer compartilhar uma ideia lá?
Não, Mira, eu estava falando que, assim, eu confesso que eu não li o artigo, mas eu acho que tem algumas coisas que, pra gente que mora aqui e trabalha com esse tipo de coisa, são meio óbvias. A dificuldade de financiamento para fazer pesquisa e a dificuldade logística de ir a campo. Então, é muito difícil andar com equipamento e andar de barco e ter que andar de avião e pegar ônibus e, assim, são coisas que a gente que faz esse tipo de pesquisa aqui na Amazônia e trabalha com linguística, com descrição, sabe que, assim, para quem vai viver esse tipo de vida, são problemas básicos que a pessoa tem que saber lidar e enfrentar no decorrer da vida, porque são coisas crônicas que sempre vão acontecer. Então, sempre vai ter uma dificuldade a mais, sempre vai faltar dinheiro. Provavelmente, tu vai ter de tirar dinheiro do teu bolso para pagar alguma coisa, porque o financiamento não vai cobrir tudo. Então, eu não li o artigo, mas eu creio que em algum momento o artigo vai tocar em algum desses problemas, que talvez sejam problemas que vocês, lá na América do Norte, já mais para cima do globo, não enfrentem tanto como nós aqui.
So just to convey what Davison was saying, that in Brazilian institutions, there's much more difficulty with obtaining resources and financing for, and money grants for doing field work. And a lot of it ends up coming out of people's pocket who are already in more difficult financial conditions a lot of times. And so that is a big obstacle to doing field work and to getting equipment in particular. Yeah. Uhum. É verdade. É. E como que isso pode ter que ver com a ética? Se a gente voltar para esse assunto, como que afeta a relação que a gente tem com a comunidade? Eu posso dar um exemplo que that I lived na aldeia. Faz vários anos eu estou colaborando, trabalhando com o João de Nofrio, que é antropólogo da UFRJ. Ele é muito bom antropólogo e ele começou a trabalhar com os Panará uns 2 ou 3 anos depois de que eu comecei. Então, todos esses anos, várias vezes a gente fez trabalho de campo juntos, que foi uma relação muito recíproca, né? Eu trabalhando língua, ele trabalhando com a cultura, a sociedade. Foi muito bom para nós dois. E o João escreveu uma tese de doutorado ótima, muito boa. Mas desde que ele terminou a tese, não conseguiu dinheiro para voltar para a aldeia. Mesmo que ele quisesse, né? Ele está com muita saudade das pessoas lá e é um desafio que ele tem. Ele não conseguiu ainda voltar para a aldeia com as expectativas que os Panará têm de receber muita coisa de nós quando a gente entra na aldeia. Ele não conseguiu. Então, isso é muito triste para ele, é triste para os Panará, é triste para mim também, né? É uma maneira que os nossos compromissos têm condições diferentes, digamos, né?
I'm not sure if you just said any of this, but if I can get people talking maybe about one major point, which is that in the North American context, indigenous groups are, for better or for worse, very often participants in the majority society in some way or another. So they use the money that everyone else uses. They procure food in similar ways. They live in similar types of settlements, even if they are remote and in very different geographical locations. And so there's two issues that arise from this. One, the researcher has to do a lot of extra work in a place like Amazonia to understand the details of the local circumstances in order to act ethically in those cases. but also the institutions that they work with. Their universities also have to have done that work. The sense that I have is that the coverage of that problem is very uneven. I don't know if anyone can actually comment on that, but getting ethical approvals, I would have to assume, to work with Amazonian peoples will either be quite difficult to a correct extent or will sometimes possibly involve strange hurdles that are related to cultural misunderstandings or insistence on the part of review boards that you must do things that don't make sense in the local context. And this issue doesn't tend to come up to the same extent in North American contexts. Because, again, the people who are setting your ethical rules at your university are participants in the majority society, and so are the indigenous communities there. In Amazonia, I'd have to assume it's very different in that sense. So, I mean, I wonder what people's thoughts are on that.
Alguém quer comentar sobre isso?
Yeah, this is something that I know very well because I spent the last 3 years getting permits from the ethics committee, but because it included a foreigner researcher in the group, so it's very extremely bureaucratic in Brazil to get the permits. It may take a long while. It takes a lot of procedures. And you really need to know well all the steps that you go through. If you miss one, then you will get it back, and you need to solve the problem right away, otherwise it goes all the way to the beginning. So it is extremely bureaucratic. And yeah, what happens that sometimes, for example, I can go anytime to any Apurinan village because of the relationships I have with the people, with the community. So I have the community permit to do that. But officially, I need to go through all that process. There is a reason for that, right? At the same time that there is a reason, it creates other problems. So it's interesting to know. I didn't know that in the U.S. there was I mean, how it was in the West to do that. But on the other hand, there are many issues related to that, which is all sorts of strange things that people do in the field. So I don't know if, I mean, there are many issues about this kind of thing. I mean, in terms of what you're talking about, that's what comes to mind now.
So I do have a quick example from my own work of somewhere where institutional review has just not understood the local context very well, like in Africa where I work. And there have been a couple of things involving payment of consultants where they've tried to insist that I do things that would not be appropriate in the local context. One, for example, is that usually there's the insistence that everyone should be paid the same amount for the same amount of work, but this is very socially inappropriate in West Africa. If somebody more important were to come in, you would have to compensate them more. We end up having to structure this in sort of creative ways to make this work. It's not actually because they're more important and therefore they're paid more. It's because when you're a socially important person in your community, you have expectations that you're frequently involved in redistributing resources. And so they actually have a larger financial burden in many cases. Due to this, it's actually more appropriate if you take a given amount of their time to pay them somewhat more because that money is just going to end up being distributed. Anyway, so that sort of thing does occasionally lead to us, what you would call locally, dashing a bit of extra money to people in certain cases. There's also one much smaller insistence, which is that the rate they ask us to pay is usually wildly inappropriate to the cost of living in the area. If we were to pay them 10 or 20 US dollars per hour, that would be bordering on unethical because it would be so much money that everyone would want to drop everything they're doing and come do the work. And that's not great. Our actual pay rate is about $5 per hour, but which translates to a pretty good pay locally. But IRBs don't know that.
Yeah, in my experience, the Brazilian bureaucracy is much more complicated than, for instance, the Canadian or the US bureaucracy.
Of course, that's what I'm trying to get at. It must be worse than what I'm saying.
Quando eu, pela primeira vez, enviei o meu projeto para o CNPq e a FUNAI, eu fiz todos os passos e, quando terminou, a FUNAI falou que só faltava a aprovação do CNPq e o CNPq falou que só faltava a aprovação da FUNAI. E nenhum deles queria dar aprovação sem a aprovação do outro. Por exemplo, né? Mas no Canadá, por exemplo, não tem esse processo. É muito menos burocrático. Até o governo quer esse diálogo entre pesquisadores e comunidades, dá recurso para isso, mas as pessoas indígenas de lá são muito mais guarded, so to speak. They're much less open to having foreigners, and by foreigners I mean non-indigenous people, come into the community because of a history of colonization and being taken advantage of. That history goes much farther back in North America than here. E na minha experiência, aqui na Amazônia, as pessoas indígenas são muito acolhedoras. Então, o problema não é ter contato com as pessoas, senão entender como navegar o sistema burocrático, né? Então, é bem diferente.
Oh, sure. Maybe we'll go to the second question just to get us thinking about different things. So Whalen and McDonough, in the one section that we gave in the reading, talked about this general perception, and this general perception that if you're doing instrumental work or experimental work in general in the field, that it's necessarily at odds with community goals. That if you're doing instrumental work, you can't also be advancing community goals. This is a popular perception. I'm not myself sure how true it is. And in some cases, I find that view a bit insulting to the intelligence of the people that I work with, frankly. Like the idea that people wouldn't be curious about some of these things. But in other cases, it's a valid point. And if people read that and thought about it, what are some things we could say to the idea that these are at odds with each other? Or what would your response be to that? And if you do agree with it, this viewpoint, then how would you try to fix the problem?
Yeah, I don't have enough experience with experimental work to be able to, give an informed answer, but I do have a lot of experience with all kinds of work with the communities. And I think, I think there are two very interesting examples that we had here at Amazonicas. The one that Spike gave of the course he taught here, where he managed to get the people from the community involved in such a way that they became active researchers in the project. So it'd be interesting to see how it is that you could get members of the communities to get involved with the experimental research. If they could understand and see the possibilities of what they can understand, or perhaps any knowledge that can get from that could have some sort of applied use later on, I think would be really interesting. And the other example is what Danny Moore has been doing. He has been doing this for a longer time, which is leaving a lot of the decisions to the communities, giving the context, giving some possibilities, and telling the community and asking the community uh, among the several possibilities what they would like to work on, document, describe, analyze, and so on. Of course, this leaves a bit open, but the question, I think, is the extent to which you can convince the community that there is something interesting about the experimental study that is a choice that they'll be willing to make.
Yeah, I mean, I think for any context, whether it's experimental, whether it's documentation of narratives, whether it's, morphosyntactic analysis, whatever it is, you should be communicating with the community and the people that you're working with specifically what you can do and asking them what they want and trying to find some kind of middle ground between those two things. Eu comecei a trabalhar com os Panará porque eles não tinham sistema de ortografia. E vocês já viram que o sistema fonêmico do Panará é bem complicado. E ninguém usava o sistema de ortografia quando eu comecei a trabalhar com eles. E quando eu cheguei, eu percebi que tinha várias coisas que eu ainda não conseguia perceber. E começamos a conversar sobre ortografia, sobre o meu conhecimento de fonologia, fonética, e a gente começou a fazer oficinas de escritura, de ortografia. E as perguntas que surgiam nas oficinas, eu comecei a entender melhor quais eram as perguntas da comunidade. Tinha muito essa questão de, às vezes tem nasalidade, às vezes não. Às vezes ela é pesada, que eles dizem, e às vezes ela é leve. Então, como que a gente vamos fazer? E todo mundo tinha muita dúvida como escrever, e se escreve em algum momento e em outro não. Então, eu falei para eles que eu podia fazer medição da nasalidade e que isso poderia me ajudar a aconselhar melhor e que eles também iam poder ver, né? Então, eu comecei, na verdade, a trabalhar com nasalidade por causa disso. E isso ajudou muito. E no ano seguinte, a gente continuou conversando e eu fui explicando o que eu tinha achado nos meus resultados. Mas eu usava esse método do Danny Moore. Eu nunca falei para eles que eles tinham que escrever de alguma maneira, né? Quando tinha alguma dúvida, eu escrevia várias maneiras, por exemplo, de escrever um contraste. Aí eles iam escolhendo como escrever. E a ortografia surgiu ao longo de agora 10 anos com isso. Agora é muito sistemático, mas é uma maneira, eu acho, nesse contexto específico, que foi muito útil, né?
And if I can say one thing about my field area, I mean, I work in the same site, right, when I go to the field, but I work with several different languages because it's an urban setting and there's many different speakers of many different languages there. So I'm not always working with the same single community. But in the aggregate, and sort of following on what Siji said, when I see that someone might be interested in getting involved as a researcher or as someone who at least assists with the research and sees firsthand what's involved, I do try to involve them in it. And especially if it's a young person, and especially if the young person may eventually be in a position to go to university, because there are quite a few linguistics departments in Cameroon, and this is, I think, one of the slight differences is that for the average community member that I work with, there's a lot more immediate accessibility, if only they had a bit of money, to apply to a university and then go through the coursework and actually get skilled in something like applied linguistics or formal linguistics. And so when I see someone who is apparently interested in the analytical parts, or even sometimes directly in the scientific parts, I'll try to involve them. There was a Koshin person who we worked with this summer who we hadn't met last year, for example. And when I was doing his intake interview that describes his residential history, he said, "Oh, well, I lived in the home village for a while. I lived in Koshin, through elementary school, and then I went to secondary school in Wum, in Zoa. I went to secondary school in Zoa, but then I left Zoa because the school was, it wasn't worth what we were paying. I went to school in Wum instead, and it was better because they had a science program there." So that sort of thing gets my attention. Talked with him later. He's kind of interested in this stuff. So I'll probably reach out to him later, for example. And after that, it sort of becomes all about the money. Generally, if you pay people a reasonable small stipend in exchange for their attention to your project in some way, shape, or form, usually helping to arrange things on the ground, fact-checking things, very relatively minor stuff like that. But if you give them that responsibility and then give them a little bit of compensation for it, it can make a huge difference in their material circumstances. In the case that I work in, they're all displaced people. And so like the equivalent of 50 to 100 US dollars a month can be like extremely impactful for them. So that's something I try to keep in mind, where honestly, one place where my instrumental work and the community goals can intersect is in supporting particular people who might be in the near future kind of in interesting positions within their communities. Very few of the people that I work with do go to university. And so it is of some interest to me to try to send a few there eventually. It would probably eventually in the aggregate benefit the community. Do we have any other thoughts, responses, concerns, comments? Should we move to the main part of the slides? Let's move to the main part of the slides, and we'll do the thinking. Okay. Myriam, did you do the overview? Yeah. Okay. So we'll talk about annotation first. We'll do that. So next up, annotating your data. Next slide. So we're going to take just a minute, if people do have computers, to do a download, if the internet is functioning reasonably well. But just as a show of hands, does anyone already have Prot? A few people. Does anyone need to get Prot? Or want to get Prot? If you do need to get it, you could take a couple of seconds, but just one more time, show of hands. Would anyone need to download Prot right now? I guess not, but yeah, you can ask.
Yeah, okay. Everyone here has Prot, which is great. We weren't working on the assumption that everyone here had Prot. And I have maybe a more useful follow-up question, which is, can you just show me with your hand, on a scale of 1 to 5, how comfortable you are using Prot? Okay. Okay. So we have a range. Okay. So we will still go over like the basic steps. I think that will still be useful, so we're all on the same page.
So this will be useful then. 4, 3. I saw 4s. I saw 3s. I saw 0s. I saw 1s. Okay. Yeah. No 2s. Interesting. All right. Now, at any rate, the sense that I sometimes get is that lots of people, especially in documentary spaces, are very familiar with Elan, but not so much with Prot. I don't know if that's the case here. Would people say that they know anything about Elan in the audience? Again, 1 to 5. Have you used Elan? I'm like a 1. I don't. I hardly ever use Elan. There are reasons why I hardly ever use Elan. We'll see in a couple of minutes. But at any rate, for what we are doing here, Prot is probably better suited. It is similar to Elan in several respects, in that it's largely for annotation of data files of various sorts, mostly audio here. You can't really do video in Prot. And It's the structure kind of the multiple layers of time annotations is very similar to Elon, even though they use different terms in Prot, tiers and intervals instead of whatever they're called in Elon. But there are a few things that are different and which we will favor Prot for. A lot of what we are talking about here, if you're just segmenting an audio file, you could do in Elon, but there's other things that will be much harder to do in Elon. For example, Elon files are really complicated, like really unnecessarily complicated. I had a point that I didn't want to leave in the slides, but which I will express verbally here, but it's that it's my opinion that Elon file structures are too complicated, and they're mainly too complicated so that you can import and export into other programs, such as Flex. And it's also my professional opinion that if you're not forced to use Flex, you shouldn't use Flex. It's not a well-designed program, and its developers are ethically questionable. The fact that we as a field still depend on Flex to a remarkable degree is sort of always the biggest surprise to me year after year. Why has no one developed a secular alternative to Flex? Who's we? Oh, really? Okay. Okay, but yeah, it's just, it never seems to appear like this alternative, and you are not the first person I have heard say that. Yeah. So at any rate, it's always a little shocking to me that there's no, as I put it, non-evangelist alternative to Flex. The second and less kind of confrontational point that I could make here is that the display of acoustic information is much better in Prot. Elon, I think a lot of times assumes that you're mostly going to use your ears and probably also your eyes, like if you're looking at a video stream in addition to audio. And it's probably better for that. You can't open video in Prot at all. But if you have audio and you need to be paying attention to audio events in the acoustic signal, like at a fine degree of detail, Prot has much better capabilities in this area. For starters, it has a spectrogram which actually works. Everyone tells me that Elon has a spectrogram display. I have never in my life been able to get it to work once. And when I have gotten it to work, like when I've seen someone else get it to work, I can't get it to work myself following those same steps. So Prot, on the other hand, it's right there, it's front and center. Prot is also a much smaller program than Elon, I will also note, which is funny because it contains a whole programming language inside of it. So it's strange that it's smaller. But it is, it's much smaller. It runs faster on most computers than Elon. There is also another question of what do we want to do in terms of measurements. Elon isn't really for measuring things, per se. Prot, on the other hand, you can do annotations and you can also take measurements. And we're not going to directly talk too much about taking measurements. We're assuming that you have airflow data or acoustic timing data or something like that that tells you about nasality. But if you were interested in taking measurements, we can talk about that during the coffee break or something, because it's not a very, Prot makes it quite easy to take measurements here and there by hand. You can also script them if you're interested. You can write a script which will do many of the same things. And that's something that doesn't exist at all in Elon. Finally, it has picture drawing tools, which Elon just completely lacks. I don't like the Prot picture drawing tools that much, but they are much better than taking a screenshot, as we will discuss for various reasons. As I mentioned, this is an advanced point, and you definitely don't have to do this to benefit from it directly, but Prot essentially has a scripting language built into it. So if you wanted to automate something, it's possible to just do it completely inside of Prot. Without installing any programming languages, without configuring your computer any further. You just open up Prot, and you take a script that someone else wrote, and you run it, and it works. This is one of the reasons that Prot is actually well-loved in linguistics, because it provides its own, what we call, development environment. You download the program, and it just goes. So we're not going to do that today, but we can talk about it if anyone's interested. Next slide, please. Anyway, a variety of reasons to pick prot in spite of its imperfections. We can, but we'll go back. Sorry, I just want to briefly mention, there is one very important thing to mention here. Many of you will have prot, but you won't actually have prot for one important reason. So when you download the file from prot.org that contains the executable, the exe file, or whatever it's going to be called in most cases, it will appear to you as a runnable executable, and you can run it, and it works fine. But has anyone noticed, and this is a question to the audience, has anyone noticed that you can't search for the prot app? Like you can't search for the application, and like like you try searching for it and it doesn't appear. Does that happen to anyone? No one, really? Oh, but you're on a Mac, so you don't have this problem. Everyone else who I assume uses a PC very frequently ends up having this problem. So it's because the file that downloads is a compressed file. It's like a zip folder. And Windows will let you look inside of compressed files without actually opening them. But the system search does not look inside of compressed files. So many, many times I've had people download prot, and then they open it upon download, and they say it works great. Then they go to look for it later, and they can't find it because they're searching for it. It's because they never took it out of the zip folder. So if you have that happen to you, go download it again. It's very small. You could do that. And extract the folder, and then you'll have prot available everywhere. You'll be able to find it everywhere. It seems like this might not be too common a problem here, but I'm starting to see a couple of head nods, so okay. But we'll move on from this. That's the single tip I want to give here. When you set up prot, here's another thing. So I'll ask this of everyone in the room. Who has problems finding files on their computers sometimes? I have a system, so I don't run into it too much. But yes, I think everyone has the problem of finding files. If you're the sort of person who downloads a bunch of stuff and then leaves it in your downloads folder, and there's a few people who will do this, and you know who you are. I'm going to recommend that you don't do that here. I'm going to recommend that you take all of the files that you would like to work on, all of the annotations that you eventually create, and I would like to recommend that you make a folder for these in a dedicated location on your desktop. What's that called in Portuguese usually? The área de trabalho, right? Or you can do it in your documents, documentos folder. But basically, somewhere that you will remember to yourself, my little nasal acoustics project is definitely located, everything for it is located in this specific place. What's even better is you can take the prot program, if you like, and just also move it to that place so that you will never lose track of where it is. Generally speaking, you want to keep your annotations and your sound files in the same exact place, like here. If we look carefully at this, we can see there are files here which are identically named. They're in pairs, and one is .wav, and the next one below it is always .textgrid with the same name. You want to have your names be identical. Prot does this for you when you make a text grid, so that's not a problem. Just don't change the name that Prot provides. And keep them in the same place. It will look, if you're using a PC, as if you have two identically named files next to each other, most times. But you'll notice that in this case, that's a PC screenshot, I think, right? Yeah. On this particular PC, notice that we can see the file extensions. This is another Windows hater comment, which is that recent versions of the Windows OS hide file extensions by default. So if you don't see .wav or .textgrid after your files and you're getting confused, you should go and change the setting. There's various ways to look around in the OS and turn on file extensions.
Uma coisa que eu queria acrescentar, se vocês lembram, ontem a gente falou que a primeira regra é nunca apagar nenhum arquivo. Isso também quer dizer nunca escrever na overwrite, como que salvar na cima de uma versão anterior. Sempre é preciso criar uma nova versão, uma cópia. Então, se eu tiver um text grid que eu for trabalhar vários dias, porque é muito comprida a gravação, digamos, eu, na hora de começar a trabalhar, vou fazer uma cópia, e aí eu vou renomear a cópia com a data do dia. E sempre eu vou usando a cópia para... E sempre acontece que cada semestre que eu tiver alunos de graduação começando a trabalhar com Prot, chega um dia que alguém vai falar, eu perdi tudo, porque eu perdi o arquivo e não tinha nenhuma versão anterior, né? Então, se você perder um dia de trabalho, é bem menos triste, digamos, de que se perder o trabalho todo, o arquivo todo, né? Ok. Eu sempre faço cópia e, na hora de terminar, aí eu mudo todas as versões anteriores para uma pasta chamada versões velhas. Eu coloco todas as últimas versões lá, nessa pasta, e eu só guardo a última, eu tiro a data. Certo?
Tem também alguns casos que, para a gente usar alguns scripts, eles pedem para que a gente use uma pasta que só tenha um áudio e um text grid. Então, acaba ficando uma bagunça e também tem que depois realinhar tudo.
É certo. O processo de analisar os dados com vários scripts normalmente supõe que você tem só um arquivo text grid com o mesmo nome, com o mesmo título do que o wave, né? Que eles estão em pares.
So we can, I think we can continue, but the point about the file extensions is a little bit important because if you have things that have the same names, yeah, they will look identical if the file extensions aren't showing. One other point, by the way, I see lots of people, when they're working in Prot, always laboriously right-clicking, open with, search for the program, find the file. So there are certain types of files, like text grids, that you will never open with a different program. And so you should probably find the setting for always opening files in a certain program and just always open them with Prot. You can just click on them and they'll open in Prot. It's much faster. And you might be opening a lot of files, so it will save you some serious time. The same actually probably goes for WAV files, unless you're a frequent user of Elan, because you may want to open WAV files in Elan in those cases. But at least on all of my computers, all of my WAV files and text grids are set to automatically open in Prot when I click on them. And it has probably saved me hours and hours and hours of time spent opening things in a more complicated way. I would recommend it. Next slide. Myriam, you might have just mentioned this. You mentioned losing a lot of work, but I don't know if this was what you were talking about. Okay, so this is a bit different. Before everything that we say, right, you might open up Prot on your device, and if you have a computer and it's got Prot, you might want to open Prot about now. Just to get it started. This is not difficult, so open it up while I'm talking. But an important reminder to everyone is that Prot does not automatically save your work. It is not an extremely sophisticated program. It has no autosave function. If your computer were to crash in the middle of a Prot session and you hadn't saved the various things that you had created, the work would be completely lost. So you do need to be careful to save your work. Save it outside of Prot periodically, right? The thing you're going to need to save mainly are the annotation files that you're creating and maybe some objects that you derive from your sound files. Your sound files themselves, of course, will probably not ever change. And this is a point we're going to come back to again. You should not really ever need to edit your original sound files for any reason, unless you are clipping parts of them out, but then essentially that's making copies of parts of your original files. Your original files themselves should almost never need to be edited. There are some tiny exceptions to this in everyone's work, I think. Like if I'm recording only one channel on a stereo recorder, I remove the empty channel before I do anything else with it. But otherwise, you shouldn't find yourself needing to save your audio. Everything else, however, you do need to save. And I would recommend doing it just periodically while you work. At any rate, basically your save options, if you're not already familiar, you probably are familiar. They're just at the top of the prot objects window. But we'll see more on this shortly. Next slide, please. I want to make a side note on font. Wait to click just a second. So in the previous slide, those of you who were noting carefully the font might have noticed that we started using something called a monospace font to note the technical names of certain objects. This is a common practice in teaching computing. It helps you distinguish between like a general idea like interval and then the prot concept of an interval. Right. The prot concept of an interval will be in the monospace font like on the right here. And I think that some people may mentally shut down when they see this because it looks very technical and maybe they've seen it in computing things before and maybe they're a bit averse to, a bit frightened of computing stuff. But I want people to not be scared by this. That font is not especially supposed to scare you. You shouldn't confuse this with fonts which are actually scary, all right? This is not meant to be a scary font. It's purely meant to be, I don't know, what's the point of a monospace font? Yeah, it helps you to disambiguate certain characters, like all of the letters in a monospace font are supposed to look different. And they occupy the same amount of space, and that's it. But this is a shorthand for, we're talking about a technical concept here, instead of like a general term or something. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, next slide is fine. So for example, like the word objects here is in the monospace font. We're talking about a concept in prot here. An object in prot is like basically a file that you've opened in prot and which prot has saved in its memory. Okay? And in fact, the main display of prot that we open to start with is the objects window. This shows a running list numbered according to the order that they were opened or created of things that are in your workspace. So in this case, they're all handled differently based on the type of object that they are. In this case, the objects that prot will frequently use, that we will frequently see, are, of course, sounds. It's one of the more common ones that we will see are just sounds. So notice that's sound in monospace font. It's the technical type sound. We also have text grids. Text grids are a special type of object. In the list. They're actually named as text grids in the list. Spectrograms, if you happen to pull out a spectrogram, which we will later when we're doing some pictures, spectrograms are a separate type of object from either of these. And it's sort of the graphical element which is being stored there and not the sound itself. Finally, we have various extracted measures. These all also get their own types of objects in prot. So pitch has an object, formants have an object. Intensity, I believe, has an object. I've just rarely needed to extract intensity like that. But you get the idea. There's many, many different types of objects, each of which corresponds to a specific behavior. And prot tells us what the behaviors are that the object can have when we select the item in the list. When we select the item in the list, a bunch of buttons appear. Over here, and something that confuses people about prot initially when they begin, in very many cases, is that the buttons change. They appear and disappear depending upon what object you have selected. So right now, we have selected a sound, object number 3, and these buttons represent everything that you can do to the sound. But the buttons which appear are specific to sound objects. If you were to click a text grid, this display would change and it would only show 2 or 3 buttons. You can do many fewer things with a text grid compared to a sound. And they're different things. So At any rate, the actions that are available over here change, depending upon which object you have selected from here. It's worth noting there are some actions which are always available, but these are listed down here. And they mostly have to do with the names of objects and their arrangement. So you can duplicate or delete an object, you can rename an object. Prop makes lots of things for you that are called untitled. You'll probably want to use the rename button at the bottom fairly frequently to change them into things so that you don't start mixing up your objects.
Então, eu acho que agora a gente pode começar a seguir os passos que a gente descrever aqui. Eu coloquei na pasta do curso um arquivo de som que é do Guajá. Tem som e tem fluxo de ar oral e nasal. E para esse arquivo, eu já criei imagens no Pratt. E vocês podem seguir os passos agora, vão anotar e vão visualizar. E aí vocês vão saber que estão conseguindo fazer exatamente a mesma coisa do que eu fiz ao preparar o guia para vocês. Então, podem abrir a pasta do curso, né, onde todas as leituras estão descarregadas. E ali tem já a anotação do text grid, já é feita. Mas por enquanto, acho que seria melhor não olhar o text grid para vocês poderem praticar, fazendo a anotação, e aí, depois de terminar, comparar com a anotação já feita. Tá? Então, podem baixar o arquivo text grid, mas eu acho melhor vocês criarem o seu no seu computador. Tá? Então, tem só um arquivo Wave na pasta. Sim? Alguém ainda está procurando? Tá. Começa com GVJ. Aham. Oh. Sure, yeah. It's the only WAV file in our folder. No, it's just one file. Yeah, just the audio.
So then we just...
You can just...
Para ver depois se
Certo.
tá batendo.
Então, o primeiro passo vai ser abrir o arquivo WAV no Pratt. E daí vamos começar a criar a anotação. It's the GVW in our folder. Oh, I already sent it to you separately.
It's GBJ. J for Guaja, yeah. GVJoka? Yeah, GVJoka. But it seems like I saw the file on a fair number of screens. Does everyone have? If you can't find it, let us know. We can take a second to help. That's what I figure, but other people can float. Okay. Well, I shouldn't keep talking if people are still talking. Okay. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. Just a second. Now I'm going to wait a second. No one's paying attention. And we need to see the slides anyway. But all those steps are on the slides in theory. Also, I could describe this in my sleep without having to look at the interface, so. Oh, I know, but like equally, I could just say everyone should click this button. You will have this button. Well, I can possibly begin working through this slide because people will arrive at it at slightly different points. If you've got prot open and you've got the file that starts with gvj open, do we have it? CG, we have it. And you also got the text grid too. This is a very short, you'll want to open that as a sound, not a long sound. You can keep it there, it's not a problem. You'll just want to open another copy as a sound. And you can just leave everything there. You just want to open it as, yeah, read from file is what you want. A long sound is a different kind of object, actually. You can't do certain things with it, so that's what you want. Even if we already have the text grid in the folder, we're going to make a fresh text grid. So we're going to make a text grid. I think that you'll be good over here, but for the text grid, what we're going to do is we're going to select the sound object. So you have to click on the sound in your objects window. So I see people looking around already. Go back to your objects window, and you might already have a text grid, actually. So let me catch up. Just as a show of hands, who's already done the stuff on this slide? Apparently not. Okay, I don't know what I'm seeing over here. But if we go back to the objects window for the time being, and I mean everyone, and I mean here, if we go back to the objects window, yes, and so in this case, you opened the text grid that came with it. Okay, so we want to make our own, just for practice. So you'll want to pick the sound, and you'll want to, when you select just the sound on its own, you have to change your selection. If you just select the sound, a bunch of extra buttons appear. One of those buttons will say annotate, so you'll want to select the annotate button, and then you'll want to, under that menu, select to text grid. You'll get this very strange menu that will appear, which will ask you whether you would like to, or not. Let me see that again. Yeah, to text grid is what we want. Just the plain one at the top. It should have popped up a window. Oh. Yes. Yep, okay. The issue is we're trying to see if everyone else is also there. Okay, I still see activity over there. Essentially, though, you get some strange default tier names in the pop-up window. These have always been there. I don't know why. You get rid of them because we almost never want tiers that are called Mary John Bell. And you remove everything from the second box. We empty out the second box because the second box is where we define the point tiers. That's a different kind of annotation object that we are not going to use. We're strictly going to make interval tiers, which are defined in the first box. And in that first box, we're going to put the names of the tiers that we would like. Something like word labels and sound labels is very common. Or if you want, sound labels and then parts of sounds, something like that. But you want to think in terms of different layers of representation, which you might want. You could have as many of these as you want. So the tier names, I mean, yeah, you can pick them and you just put spaces between them to mark them as separate. So I frequently use something like word and phone in my case. Once you've done that, you click OK. This should generate an object, a new object, a text grid object, specifically in your object window. Are we finished with this slide? Okay, there's a lot of independent activity going on, and I'm trying to make sure we're all at the same point. Okay, next slide. Now, at this point, you'll want to label your text grids. And many of you, I'm noticing, have already gotten to this point, so this is a quick slide. You've made a blank text grid. We're eventually going to populate it with labels, but for now, we need to open up the editor where we can do this. So you have to select both the text grid and the sound, at the same time, and you'll get certain options in the buttons on the right side. One of these will be View and Edit, and you click the View and Edit button.
One of the things that's coming up right now is that people are seeing 4 channels, a spectrogram with 4 channels.
Well, a waveform, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be explained imminently, yeah.
Okay, it might come later. It comes in the visualization section. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. At any rate, at any rate, if people are seeing that, that means they've already finished the slide, which is why we were expecting people to go step by step. Okay. So is everyone at this point where you have clicked View and Edit, and another window has come up with all of your sound file stuff in it? Okay. So we'll move to the next slide. This will look a little bit unfamiliar at first, because this is an airflow file and an audio file. The little secret, actually, about our recordings that we made with the devices yesterday is that it's saving all the data as WAV files, actually, and this includes the airflow data. You find yourself wondering, how do you save airflow data as a WAV? The answer is that a WAV file is sort of just a very long series of numbers. And we draw a line between the numbers, and that gives us a waveform. So the airflow data is basically of the same type. It's a very long series of numbers. As it just so happens, we can save that signal to a WAV file as if it was also a sound file. So this is why we're doing this work in Prot. These aren't sound files, but Prot can treat them like sound files. So we have 4 channels in the file that results. If you would like, you can play your file, and you'll notice that the gain is a bit low. But if you play your file through your laptop speakers, you'll notice that it sounds a little funny, because it's trying to play 4 channels through 2 speakers. When we isolate the channels later, it will make a lot more sense. But we only care about 3 of the 4 channels in this case. Generally, at the very top is going to be your audio file, okay? Your audio channel. At the very bottom, your nasal flow channel will always be at the very bottom. So that will be 4. In between, it depends on the device that you have. The one that's on the screen here has the oral airflow and then an empty channel as 2 and 3. The files that you have, on the other hand, will have, I believe, the empty airflow channel in position number 2, and then the oral flow in position number 3. Both of the devices that are in Brazil will record in that way as well, where the empty channel will be in position 2 instead of position 3. But either way, there's always an empty channel. If you're ever in doubt about which one is the empty channel, you can simply look and see which one of them is a perfectly flat line. That will be your empty channel. There's some other things to be familiar with here. And this is useful to catch in case we know the displays but not the technical terms, because we will be referring to these and we don't want to mix them up. This part at the top, all of these at the top, are called waveforms. They are displays of sound pressure over time, literally how the microphone is responding to sound waves over time. That is a waveform. All 4 at the top are waveforms. This display down here is called a spectrogram. It's rather important to not confuse the 2 terms. We'll be referring to both at various points today, waveforms and spectrograms. And then, of course, the text grid at the bottom. Yours will not look like this. Yours will probably be empty. So we'll talk about how to fill that up next. Next slide. Now, if you want to edit your presumably empty text grid, there's several ways of beginning to do this. One is, we're talking about how to click around and do this in the next slide. There's a little bit of what? I'm not going to do that right now. That will quadruple the number of objects, and people will get confused in some cases. At any rate, This is just a high-level discussion of what the various parts that we're looking at are. When you do edit a text grid, the formal prot internal term for a span of time that has a beginning, an ending, and some text in the middle is called an interval. You'll see this term all over prot. You do need to have a vague awareness of what it means. It's referring to one of these chunks of a text grid, essentially. You can also make a temporary interval if you just highlight sort of a range of time in the audio file. But a lot of times the intervals we're interested in are marked on the text grids. For example, you might put various things inside of the intervals on text grids. You can leave intervals blank. There's no issue with that. But you can also populate them with text. This could be depending on the tier, which we'll bring up in a second. It could be a word label like l'un or asu, and it could also just be l, or un, the phones, in other words. It could even be sub-parts of phones. It could be 50% of a phone, or the nasal part of a phone versus the oral part of a phone. You could have something below that if you wanted. You could type into intervals. Once they've been marked on a text grid, you can type into them, a crucial thing. A tier is the other important object to know. A tier is, in prot terms, it's a series of intervals, is all it is, actually. A text grid can have multiple tiers, and when we have multiple tiers, they appear on top of each other, sort of like the layers of a cake. Or an American cake, I guess. I think Brazilian cakes don't often have layers. But anyway, at any rate, we have two numbers here marked off on the left side. We can see that they're labeled 2, respectively. If you're looking for the number of your tier, you can always look on the left side, or you can just count from the top. The first one is 1, the second one is 2, and so on. The names that you gave your tiers will appear on the right. In this case, this one's got labels word and phone, respectively. There is always going to be an active tier and an active interval. So that's the one that you currently have selected. That will be indicated by yellow shading. Yellow shading will tell you what the active interval is in this case. And what tier are we in? Well, it happens that only the interval on the first tier is highlighted, the one which says annotation. But if you're in doubt for some reason, you can also check by the numbers on the left side. There's always a little hand that points at the tier that you're currently in, like this. Next slide. Now, to edit a text grid, what we mostly want to do is add boundaries. And this is where all of the clicking around comes in. We need to define boundaries that mark intervals off from other intervals on some tier. There's several ways of doing this in prot. If you ask me, there's kind of too many ways of doing this because it seems like everyone's got their own workflow, but whatever people like, I guess. So we'll go over a few of these ways. One thing that you can do is, well, I want everybody to do a couple of things and notice the difference in prot first. I want people to, up on the waveforms or the spectrogram, I want people to click once somewhere. And what do we see for the point that we're at? We see the red vertical line, right? That indicates that we have a single point in time selected. When you have a point in time selected, prot will do different things compared to if you have a range of times selected. Now, if people want to select a range, you have a few ways of doing that. Either click once and then hold down your shift key and click again somewhere else. That will give you a range between where you clicked. Myriam, maybe you can explain this too. There's the shift click method. You can also click and drag to select a range. But if you do that, you'll see a red colored highlight. And if you see the red colored highlight, that indicates that you have selected a whole range of times, not just one time. It's important to be able to spot the difference between those. A lot of behaviors in Prot of the software that confuse people initially come from the fact that they don't realize that the program does different things when you select a point versus when you select a range. Should any of that be translated? I don't know. Okay. So at any rate, so when you are making boundaries, this means you can put boundaries onto your text grid in more than one way. You can place a boundary at a particular point, one point, or you can place boundaries around a range of time. So we can try both at various points. I would like everyone to select either a point or a range, your choice. We'll do the other one next. But make a selection of some kind. And we have several options for placing a boundary now. The quickest way is to hit enter. So hit enter. And unless you have made a bad selection for some reason, it should drop boundaries onto the text grid. So now, instead of being one long interval, whatever tier that you were on should now have subparts. It should be divided up into parts because of the boundary that you've placed. Let's try it again. I said everyone should either select a point or a range. If you selected a point, try a range. If you've selected a range, try a point. And place a boundary in the same way. Make your selection and hit enter. So you'll notice the behavior is different. If you select a range, you get, again, two boundaries that are around your selection. If you select a point, you get a single boundary that's at the time point that you asked for. There are other ways to do this that are more precise. So enter adds an interval on whatever your active tier is. This can get a little annoying if you're constantly jumping around between tiers. So there's another way of doing this. I want everyone to make a selection again. But this time, instead of hitting enter, find your control key, like the one that you copy-paste with, but press control 1, like the number 1. And this should add boundaries specifically to your tier 1. I'm seeing some confused faces. Are we good? I guess we're okay. This is like a numbering scheme. So you can do this with any number as long as that number is a tier that you have. So if you have 2 tiers, you can do control 1 or control 2 to add boundaries on 1 or 2. If you have 3, you could do control 3 to add intervals there, and so on and so forth. I find this to be a lot faster than having to select your tier and hit enter all the time. Let's say that you want to remove some of these boundaries. You've just added a bunch of boundaries. What you have to do is click into the text grid so that you see a yellow interval. You'll notice that the boundary on the left side of that interval is red. Does everyone see that? That's your active boundary, in a sense. It's the boundary that you will do things to if you do something with your keyboard. So everybody should find your Alt key, as in Control-Alt-Delete, but just the Alt key, and press Alt. While holding down Alt, press backspace. And that will delete the boundary that is in red. It's always the boundary that's to the left of your selection, in this case. This will also merge the text that's in the 2 intervals that you've just combined. So careful of that when annotating. We haven't done any typing yet, but that's because typing is very easy. Everybody should pick an interval that they've defined and just type something into it, just for the sake of practice. If you'd like to do the traditional computing thing, you can type hello world. I see a question back here. Howdy. Yes. Usually, though I'm actually just about to get to that. Because you're now able to type, you might be interested in putting IPA things into the text grid. You're in luck. There is a built-in IPA palette. I see that many people haven't figured out how to minimize it yet, but in that case, the IPA palette is the gigantic selection of IPA symbols off to the side. you can click those and it will put IPA into the text grid. So try that. Add an IPA symbol if you like. If you use an IPA keyboard of some kind, that should also work. Let's say that you want to hide the IPA palette because it's really big. There is a little pink button in the upper right corner that you can click to minimize it. And it will double the amount of space that you have. If you want it back, you can click the button again. Finally, I want everyone to do one more thing for me, just to get familiar with the controls. I would like everyone to note that at the top of the window that you're looking at, there's a series of menus, which say a bunch of different things. We'll talk about some of these other ones soon. But for now, notice that there's a button that says tier at the very top, T-I-E-R, tier. And I would like everyone to click on that and notice that you have various options, like remove entire tier or add new tier. Let's try adding a tier. If you click the add button, I think that the options in that pop-up will be very straightforward, but let's add an entire new tier. Call it whatever you like. This is if you've made a file and you've gotten partway through making it and you realize, I really need another tier. You can just add one. You don't have to start over again. Likewise, you can completely remove a tier if you would like, but we're not going to do that right now. Did everyone manage to add a whole third or second tier? We don't have to make a new text grid. We can change its structure. This is the point. Anyway, let's continue to the next slide. Now that you have some intervals in your text grid to play around with, we can also talk about navigating. First of all, you have a bunch of separate little boxes now. Maybe you would like to move from box to box. Well, starting at the one that you have selected, the yellow one, you should be able to move around using a variety of keyboard shortcuts that we'll talk about in a second. I think I'm skipping, yeah, I've been skipping the, oh no, I've already talked about points and intervals, yeah. So the point and interval thing that I mentioned, the two kinds of selections that you can make, are still going to be in effect. One thing I do want to note is that a very fast way of selecting an interval is to just click on ones that you've already marked off in the text grid. You might notice if you click on a box that you've made in a text grid, it will just select an interval for you automatically. You have to click on a boundary very precisely to get like a point. But if you click in any interval, you get a whole range of times that's defined by that interval. Anyway, the keyboard shortcuts. I don't know how comfortable people are with keyboard shortcuts. CG, I think we're both in generations that are very comfortable with keyboard shortcuts. Everyone else, I'm less sure. But I want to encourage everybody to try to make use of the keyboard shortcuts. They will save you a lot of time, seriously a lot of time. You can do everything that I'm about to describe to you using a series of tiny little buttons which are in the lower left corner of your window, and you can also use the scroll bar. But honestly, learn the keyboard shortcuts and your annotations will be much faster if you're making annotations. So the first one is just that instead of finding the way of playing the audio, you can click one of the little gray boxes that's at the very bottom of the window to play whatever you have selected, or you can just press tab. So if you'd like to play your sound, you can press tab. There are two behaviors depending on if you have a point or an interval selected. If you have a point selected, it will play from the point onward until it reaches the end of the window, and then stop. If you have an interval selected, it will play the sound that's in the interval, and then stop. This makes text grids really useful while you're using them, for what it's worth, because you can just click in an interval, play it, and hear what the interval sounds like. If you'd like to jump around among the intervals that you've created, this is especially useful to go left to right in sound files that only have a few annotations in them. You hold down the Alt key and just use your arrows, your up and down and left and right arrows, to move around. Up and down will move between tiers. left and right will move between, among intervals on a tier. And the big ones that are useful are the zoom commands. You may notice now you might have an interest in zooming in on a particular part of the file by this point instead of just looking at the whole thing. You have several options. Again, there are all these tiny buttons that you can click, but the keyboard shortcuts are probably going to be faster because you don't have to keep going down to the tiny buttons and clicking them and then going back up. Some of these are very obvious and intuitive. Control-I zooms in. Control-O zooms out. In, out, okay? Control-A shows you the whole file. Think of it as zooming to all. So O, I, and A are several of the zoom commands. Then there's the one that doesn't make sense, which is Control-N. Control-N zooms to the interval that you have selected. It's possible that it's supposed to stand for interval, and like the letter I was already taken by zoom in. That's how I remember it sometimes, like it's N for interval. But at any rate, if you make an interval selection, including by just clicking on one of the intervals in your text grid, and then you press Control-N, it will just expand that interval to fill your whole window. This can be really useful when you are trying to look at the precise details of something and you have flagged off words of interest. You can move around quite quickly in that way. Next slide. I thought I removed that. Okay. So customizing the view that you have of the file can be done in a couple different ways. I'm not going to elaborate too much on this, but let me see what like a default prot screen looks like these days again. CG, did you turn stuff off that was showing in that window? Huh. Oh, okay. I thought it like showed everything by default, like intensity. I think it shows intensity and pitch by default. It shows format by default. I forget because I've tweaked everything so extensively at this point. But at any rate, prot does show a bunch of different stuff to you all at once when you open it up, usually. At the very least, it shows you pitch and intensity. Pitch is actually F0 in this case, fundamental frequency. It may also show you voice pulses, which show you the prot estimates of where voicing is occurring. These can all be turned off if you would like. You may find yourself asking, why would I want to turn off all of these useful measurements? The answer is, well, sometimes you actually need to check the measurements. The measurements are not guaranteed to be perfect. And very frequently, you will need to look at the sound file that is shown underneath them, in the spectrogram underneath them. And the easiest way to see that is to turn off all of the other displays. Also, most of the time, you don't need all of the displays to be showing. And they actually are all computed live as you are looking at the screen and pulling up parts of your file. These numbers are all being computed by prot as you go along. Formants, in particular, take quite a lot of your computer's resources to calculate. And if you have a very long file and you're scrolling through it and you've got the formants on, it's really easy to notice that it like slows everything down. Because every time you scroll into a new part of the file, it has to calculate formants. At any rate, prot will work faster if you get rid of some of these measurements, if you hide some of these measurements. Maybe you only need pitch or intensity, or maybe you only need the pulses. Turn on what you need and turn off what you don't need. The way that you do this, for what it's worth, can you actually exit out of the slides and then open them again? Because I thought I edited that, but it seemed my edits are not showing. I don't know who it is that's not connected to the internet. But I did put in a little shot of the menus at the top of the screen, which would be useful for explaining what the heck we're talking about. Yeah, like that's what it should look like, but it just hasn't connected yet, I guess. Yeah. Well, at any rate, everyone can see the bar of menus at the top of the window. And what you can notice is that we've already looked at the tier menu. We'll look at the sound menu later on as well. But on the right side of this, there's a bunch of different other buttons, and these correspond to the analytical objects that prop makes. Performance, pitch, pulses, intensity, all of these different things, they all have their own menus. And if you want to hide or show any of these things, it's very simple. You just go into the menu and you click hide, for example, hide intensity or show intensity or unshow intensity or whatever the actual phrasing of it is. Let's just go back to projecting. We are a good ways back. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go through things a little more quickly from this point because it's impossible to teach all of this perfectly, so we'll go quick here. At this point, you might be wondering, what am I using my text grid for? Well, probably you are marking off the boundaries of speech events, segments, phones, maybe certain super-segmental events, if you want to do that. But you're probably going to be marking off segments for the most part. However you decide to do this, and there's many, many things that you might be marking, and it's not our job to tell you what to mark. That depends on your research questions. It depends on what you're measuring to get at your research questions. But you do have to be consistent, and in the various fields that make use of this sort of method, it is expected that you are taking notes on how you are placing your boundaries so that you can explain this later if someone asks. An explanation like, I marked off where the stop occurred, is not sufficient in many places. You have to explain what you mean by where the stop began and where the stop ended, for example. You would have to say something like, I segmented this from a certain acoustic landmark that told me that the stop was fully closed until after the stop burst. And that would be sufficient because it's not ambiguous. Anyway, some general rules of thumb for marking off segments of different types and also for spotting them in the signal. I suspect that many people just go through and use their ears to figure out where segments begin and end, but there's a few very important little points to make on top of that. We'll also give people notes on like more extensive versions of this process for your own reading later if you like. But I want to point out vowels. Vowels are probably the easiest sounds to segment. They're quite intense. They show up as big bulges on the waveform. I like to think of these as shaped like, okay, you don't have footballs here, right? Rugby balls? I don't know. But yeah, the typical vowel has kind of a point at the end, and then it bulges out, and then another point at the other end. And the vowel roughly goes from the point to the point, basically, if you're looking at the waveform. On the spectrogram, vowels have dark shading. You can see formants, very dark bands that go across the vowel, usually roughly evenly spaced. And a good way of segmenting a vowel out of other segments is to look for upper formants, F2 and higher, so not the very bottom of the spectrogram, but the stuff above it, and to look at where that abruptly stops. If you have an abrupt end to those, it generally means that something like a plosive has begun, that the vocal tract has closed off. This can include, if the look of that is a bit different, this can include the beginning of a nasal consonant as well, though we'll see that in a minute. Semivowels look kind of similar to vowels with one crucial difference. They have less intensity, so they'll kind of dip in. The waveform will be less wide. And they usually have less strong formant structure. So here we can see that it dips in during the W that's marked here. It gets narrower. And if we go looking for formants here, they've mostly disappeared for a little bit in the middle there. So that's a pretty good canonical w sound. Taps, common in Amazonia. Taps like ada are very easy to spot most of the time. They just look like little brief interruptions to a vowel. Sometimes they're actually a lot easier to spot in waveforms, and unfortunately we don't have a waveform here, but a tap will look like a very short version of this, essentially a quick little pinch in. Even if you might remark to yourself that you hear a flap, sometimes you won't see a flap. Those are tricky cases, but you want to use your ears in those cases, because the flap's probably happening, it's just not causing the pinch to go in enough. Trills, in the event that you ever see those, look like a bunch of taps in a row, for what it's worth. Next slide. The obstruents, as a group, the fricatives, the plosives, and the affricates, they all have a common characteristic that you can spot them very easily in a spectrogram by looking for high-frequency energy. So in a spectrogram, frequency is the vertical dimension, and these the intensity of the energy is darkness. So if you see something that's dark high up on the spectrogram, it's probably an obstruent. Fricatives are especially easy to spot. They all sort of look like this. There's more noise up here than there is down here. Plosives are a bit different. They cut out all of the sound for a bit, and then they release. There's a little burst there, the little of energy that you can usually see in the waveform. And this is a voiced stop, and so not all the sound cuts out. There's a little tiny bit of voicing at the bottom. That's what a voicing bar looks like, for what it's worth. That's the voicing signal going through the whole sound. At any rate, affricates are easy enough if you understand those previous two types, because they're like a plosive and a fricative in sequence, essentially. I think that Amazonia will have lots of ch, but not necessarily a lot else. It depends on the language. Next slide. Glottals, on the other hand, will come up quite frequently. If your language has a phonemic, if the language you work on has a phonemic glottal stop, raise your hand. Who's got a glottal stop phoneme in their language? No one. No one? Really? Am I just misgauging this? Okay. We could probably skip this slide then. That's probably not too relevant. On the other hand, nasals. This is much more relevant. Oh, there was a hand. Let's go back then. Sorry. If there's a glottal stop in your language, or if you in the future work on one that has a glottal stop, there's a really important thing to make note of. Glottal stops are almost never glottal stops. So they usually show up as creakiness on the waveform. It's extremely rare that a language that has a glottal stop intervocalically will realize it as ha-ah with a full stop. It's much more common to produce it something like ah-ah. That should still sound like a glottal stop, ah-ah, but there was no stop. Instead, what we have is a switch between modal, creaky, modal very rapidly. It looks something like this in a waveform. There's no actual stop. There's just a period of irregular voicing. If you have your voice pulses on in Prot, you can see this. You can see that the voice pulses get further apart and maybe even stop being estimated. And then they suddenly switch back on afterwards. So that's a pretty typical intervocalic glottal stop, but it's extremely rare cross-linguistically for these to be produced as stops. Now, next slide. A word about nasals. I think that for a lot of people who've looked at spectrograms up until this point, you kind of know what a nasal looks like on a spectrogram. But to reiterate, nasals have usually a pretty clear and immediate loss of intensity. So you can see the waveform go kind of down very abruptly when a nasal begins, and especially when one ends in a lot of languages. This is due to something in the vocal tract opening or closing abruptly. The formants are also smudged, and they're lighter in intensity. So if you're looking on a spectrogram, I don't need to be particularly zoomed into either of these figures for you to see that the N in the middle there and the M in the middle over there, both of those nasals are lighter in color compared to their surrounding vowels, which means they're quieter, they're less loud. And all of the formants that are there are kind of smudged, like someone has tried to, like they were written on a chalkboard and someone has tried to erase them. Right. Often for nasals, you can only see energy at the very bottom of the spectrogram. You can often only see a lot of energy very low. That's not unusual for nasals. Next slide. So we know what a nasal looks like, a nasal consonant. Things get tricky when we start considering nasal, partially nasal consonants, right? A partially nasal consonant is going to have some combination of something that looks like a voiceless plosive or fricative or something along those lines, and then something that looks like a nasal. And you can spot the differences between these in the spectrogram with a little bit of work, because even though nasals are quieter than other sounds, there's still a very big difference between quieter and completely silent, like there is for a voiceless stop, or even a voice stop, for example. So this example from Caritiana, again, shows us a nice circumoralized stop. The kitnda example, where there's little d on the other side of the n in the middle. And I've marked off in the red box here the part of this stop which is nasal. And we can make this out clearly because here there's practically no energy in the spectrogram. Here there's practically no energy. And here we can actually make out very faintly 1, 2, 3 formants. Nasals have formants too, like vowels. They're just in different places. So if you can see that kind of structure, you've got a nasal in the spectrogram. And you can still see the difference between that and an oral portion of a closure by looking for the changes in state, basically. Next slide, please. The caveat in red text, by the way, that is one example of a partially nasalized stop. There's all sorts of possibilities. They're not all going to look exactly like the ones on that slide. Now, I know. How far are we from? Yeah, let me finish these like 2 slides. God, I wish that the edits had been added here because I removed half of the text and made it bigger. I'll go through verbally and just explain what's going on in these figures. Okay. I don't think it's legible at that particular size. Anyway, so we have 2 figures here, and I want to point out for people that this is of some direct interest to people in this room, right? In particular for pre-nasalized consonants, and if you've got like a nasalized vowel beforehand, it's common that you get this thing called a nasal appendix, right? It raises a question of how you're supposed to annotate a sound like this. Where does the stop begin, right? The answer is it begins where you want it to begin. There's multiple possible definitions, but you need to be aware of which one you're using, and you need to use the correct one for the research question which you are asking. So let's say that you're studying the extent of nasality in these stops, for example. I would not recommend segmenting like this. This one has, in this case, there's a vowel beforehand, and there is a voiceless oral plosive, like a k in this case, here. This isn't a phonemically nasal vowel, but we're not going to worry about that detail right now. But there's some vague nasality here, is the point. You have 2 ways of annotating this. The first way I would not necessarily recommend is to take the nasal portion, or this, you could think of this as the nasal appendix, and to mark this as being in a separate segment from the voiceless oral closure. And then the release is part of the stop, so it stays in the stop. So here's our and our k in this case. I would not recommend doing this because you're analyzing nasality, so you should not be segmenting exclusively according to nasality. This is actually circular. If you segment according to the presence of nasality, and then you look at your stops and you conclude there's no nasality in the stops, well, of course there isn't. You segmented the stops such that by definition they never include nasality. So we have to be careful about that, and the more principled way of segmenting in this specific case is to segment according to where we hear the closure in the oral cavity begin. So this means that the moment that you hear a closure at a particular place, like velar or alveolar or bilabial or something like that, that is where you would mark the stop as beginning. This means that you might be including for like a P or a T or a K label something, an interval that if you play it back will sound a little bit more like nta or nka or mp, with a little tiny nasal at the beginning. But what you have done if you hear nta, nka, is that you have successfully defined the stop as the interval of the closure at that place, whether or not it is nasal. If you define it that way, it lets you investigate how much of that is nasal. Because it's not a foregone conclusion that nasality will or will not be in that interval. This is how we usually prefer to annotate these in the nasality project as well. This is relevant to a lot of our questions, so we've come across this issue a few times. And in case we're wondering about implementation of this, you can find description of it in Myriam's dissertation and also in the little Pierrot paper that we assigned for reading. At any rate, next slide. One last point before we have a break. 1 point before break. Excuse me, 2 points before break. Yes. One last point on finding nasals in your spectrogram. I mentioned that it's really difficult to gauge vowel nasality from acoustics alone. It's also really difficult to gauge it from spectrograms and waveforms alone. There's very few reliable that a sound is nasalized or not if it's a vowel or a continuant. This is very different from consonants where you can usually spot it right away. So to give you an idea, on the left, that's me producing p, and on the right, that's me producing p. And they're very different to the ear, p, p, but not so much in how they appear on the spectrogram. You can note that there are some slight differences in the formants, but these are just difficult to spot with your eye. My practical advice is that you should actually trust your ears more in determining whether an entire vowel is nasalized or not. Or even better, trust something like an airflow record or a nasalance record instead of trying to use the entire spectrogram like this. Of note, the oral vowel is a little bit louder than the nasal vowel. And that is a slight trend that you might see. Nasal vowels tend to be a little narrower, just a bit. But that's maybe the only thing that I would say you can look for, and that's not even very reliable. So I wouldn't trust it. Next slide. Okay, here's the last point, which I want to make, which is that when you are labeling your text grids, and this is a point for everyone, this is not intuitive, because many of you are thinking right now, we're doing phonetics. So I'm going to transcribe everything in fine phonetic detail. This is actually the opposite of what you want to do in this case. You essentially want to fill your text grids with essentially phonemic labels. You want to use phoneme labels and nothing else. The only exceptions are if some subphonemic detail is of interest to you and you can't predict it from other segments that are in the signal or other things that you're writing down. You might want to transcribe it in that case. But for the most part, you should not be doing fine phonetic transcription. You should stick to what we would call a restricted vocabulary of labels. So if you're, in most cases, this is just your phonemes. So if you have PTK, your labels are PTK. Not as you could hypothetically do if you're looking for nasal appendices or something. You could say, okay, well, some of them sound like this, and some of them also sound a little like this, and I decided on a different day to write it differently, so it's getting written like this. And when people are annotating, it's actually a good idea to provide a list of labels that it is permissible to use for the intervals. You don't want people to invent their own schemes. Everybody should be following the same one, and it should be more or less the phonemes, right? Furthermore, you do need to essentially try to annotate every word with the same segments, if at all possible. I'll give a nice example. In one of the nasality project data sets, it was a very frequent thing for flaps to not be terribly audible. So in one word, you might have like arara, and then in the other word, you might have arara, and then in another word, you might have ara. Now the thing is, these are all probably the same word. I have to assume that these are all the same word. I have to assume that the person gathering the data was asking for the same word in all three cases. It's just that to the ear, it's difficult to catch where that first flap is. But if you look hard enough in the waveform, there almost certainly is a flap somewhere in there. You just might have to look a bit harder for it. But at any rate, we usually have assumptions about how many segments are in a word. If we're processing something automatically later on, we don't want some of these words to have 5 segments in them and then other ones to have 4 segments completely unpredictably. So that's a thing to work out on a case-by-case basis, but generally you don't want to just change the segments that are in the word, kind of file to file. For those of you studying this kind of thing, likewise with the phoneme labels, you have to be careful not to segment a segment differently or just to exclude it if you don't hear it in the same way as in other words, because sometimes your goal is going to be to capture the variation that exists and to characterize it that way, instead of marking the variation with the labels. That is, I think, my last point, and we can go on a delayed break. Yeah. And then it's Prat-O-Rama after this. Okay. Pep, pep.
Veuillez son. Som, oi, oi, som, a, e, e, e. E, som. E, som, a, e, som, oi, oi, som, oi, oi, a, som, e.
Voltamos? Todo mundo pronto para começar? Então, com o último tempo que a gente tem, vamos agora visualizar os dados no Prat, tá? Vamos visualizar o arquivo que vocês estavam trabalhando antes do intervalo. Vai ser aquele mesmo. Então, próxima. Uma coisa que, antes de começar, a gente queria fazer uma explicação sobre a visualização de dados em fonética. Agora, a expectativa para publicar um artigo num jornal científico de fonética é fazer diagramas, sobretudo no Python, no R, que é uma agregação de vários tokens juntos, e aí vendo uma série de dados numa gráfica só. Mas a gente não tem tempo de explicar como fazer isso hoje, porque precisa aprender a fazer scripting, né, programação, e também aprender a fazer estatística. Então, isso cai fora do tempo que a gente tem com vocês, mas se vocês tiverem interesse em aprender, a gente pode mandar mais material para vocês. Mas, por enquanto, vamos começar com a visualização desse diagrama, que é do Pierois, do artigo que vocês leram, eu acho que faz 2 dias, né? O Pierois, que mostra a realização das obstruentes desvozeadas do Pierois dentro dentro de uma palavra oral, na linha vermelha, e dentro de uma palavra com harmonia nasal, com a linha azul, né? E já dá para ver que elas se nasalizam. Mas isso aqui é o conjunto. Estamos vendo o valor médio de todas as obstruentes desvozeadas do Pierois em todos os nossos dados, que a gente tem 5.000. Esse é a valor média de 5.000 obstruentes, tá? E a gente vê aqui, tem um intervalo aqui de cor cinza, quer dizer que o error bar. Alguém sabe qual que é the error rate? Quer dizer que confidence interval 95%? Quer dizer que 95% das 5.000 obstruentes caem entre esse valor, onde começa a cor cinza, e o valor onde termina. 95%. Quer dizer, tem variação. Por exemplo, vocês conseguem ver que a linha azul tem um intervalo cinza maior do que a linha vermelha. Quer dizer que tem mais variação na produção do fluxo de ar nasal, das obstruentes desvozeadas, dentro de uma palavra com harmonia nasal, do que dentro de uma palavra oral. Faz sentido? Vamos olhar para a próxima slide. Go to the next one. I'm looking for another slide. Where did the other slide go, Matt? The one with the single lines. Oh. Okay, well, I'll just go over that one now, because it makes sense with what I'm talking about. Yeah. You can add whatever I miss. Então, a última figura que vocês viram era o conjunto de todas as obstruentes nos nossos dados. Aqui tem só o valor médio, tá? Sem o intervalo cinza. Aqui tem os dados e embaixo Next one. Aqui vocês conseguem ver todos os traços individuais que a gente usou para fazer as outras figuras. Então, é só para, antes de começar, o que vamos fazer agora é visualizar uma das linhas azuis e uma das linhas vermelhas, né? Para uma palavra, a fala de uma palavra. Vamos começar com essa visualização, tá? Okay, so we can go all the way back. Ok, então, muitas vezes o pessoal usa um screenshot, né? Uma captura de pantalha, de telha. De telha. Por quê? Porque é bem mais fácil, né? Você abre o prato, aí toma uma captura de telha e pronto. Prendida. Print. Será? Ah, tá. Print de telha. Certo. Tela. Ah, tela. Print de tela. Ok. Mas não é ideal. Isso pode introduzir uma imagem que não seja muito clara. O que vamos fazer em lugar do print de tela vai ser um prop picture. Aí vocês conseguem ver de maneira mais clara exatamente a informação que a gente quer ver, que aqui é o fluxo de ar nasal e o espectrograma, e só. Não tem muita informação aí também, tipo os formantes, intensidade, pitch. É muita informação e, às vezes, vira mais difícil de conseguir ver a parte da imagem que a gente quer focar, né? Então, tem outro problema com os screenshots, que é que a qualidade da imagem tem que ver com o tamanho do print de tela, né? Aí, se você colocar, por exemplo, aqui e projetar, ela vira bem mais grande, mas vira pixelada, né? E, por exemplo, se você for imprimir um pôster para uma conferência com uma imagem pixelada, você não consegue ver até depois de ter pagado para o pôster que a imagem é pixelada. E, normalmente, é tarde já para reimprimir e regastar o dinheiro. Enfim, esse prop picture tem uma qualidade bem mais alta e ela rende para qualquer tamanho que você vai imprimir. Então, próxima. Então, vamos fazer juntos. Você já tem os arquivos, né? Que a gente trabalhou, então vocês já sabem abrir o arquivo, né? Como que vamos passar através de vários passos? Se vocês já conseguiram aquele passo de abrir o arquivo e abrir o text grid, podem me dar um dedão? Quem já fez? Certo? Ok, próxima. Então, a próxima coisa que a gente vai fazer é extrair, é uma palavra, extrair uma palavra só, porque tinha 3 repetições, né? Então, a gente vai visualizar uma só. Então, para fazer isso, você precisa selecionar o intervalo da palavra que você quer extrair para um arquivo novo. Então, vocês precisam selecionar o intervalo que você quer extrair. Aí, vai no Sound. Onde que está? Sound. Aí, Extract Selected Sound, Time from 0. Quando estiver feito, dá um dedão. Aí, vai fazer a mesma coisa, mas no menu de Text Grid, para o mesmo intervalo, né? Vai selecionar o mesmo intervalo, seleciona Text Grid, e aí Extract Selected Text Grid, Time from 0. E quando você faz isso, cria um novo arquivo no Prat Object Window, na janela Object, né? Aí você volta, next slide. Então, cria aqueles dois arquivos, né? Que diz Untitled, porque ainda não deu nome para o arquivo. Então, daí você tem os 4 canais para o intervalo que já fez a extração. A gente vai dividir os 4 canais. Então, seleciona o Sound Untitled, que é o arquivo novo que a gente acaba de criar. Aí, clica Convert e Extract All Channels. Certo? Todo mundo está aí? Sim? Então, ao terminar isso, você vai criar 4 arquivos, né? Vai ter o mesmo nome, Sound Untitled, e aí canal 1, canal 2, canal 3, canal 4. Então, a gente já falou sobre isso, mas nesses dados, o áudio vai ser o canal 1. Normalmente, para criar o text grid, você vai selecionar só o áudio, o canal 1 com o text grid, e fazer a anotação, segmentação a partir do áudio só. O canal 2 é o EGG, nesse caso está vazio, digamos, não tem sinal EGG porque não estava conectado. Então, vocês podem eliminar, porque não precisa. Então, pode apagar. O terceiro canal é o fluxo de ar oral e o quarto é fluxo de ar nasal. Ok, próxima. Então, aqui é só para apagar o canal de EGG, o segundo canal. E agora, não é preciso necessariamente para conseguir fazer a imagem, mas a gente sugere renomear o arquivo, né? Renomear de um jeito que seja que faz sentido. Então, qual nome que a gente poderia dar para aquele arquivo? Alguma ideia? Alguém pode gritar. Qual o nome que a gente dá para o arquivo? Qual que era a palavra? Piraru. Piraru. Então, seria tipo piraru e o falante que era TRP. Então, seria piraru underscore. Como que fala underscore? Underline. Underline. Aí, canal 1, ou canal 3, ou canal 4, né? Por exemplo, então, salvar, você seleciona o canal, aí salvar, aí save as wave file, certo? Save as text grid. Seleciona o text grid, aí save as text grid. E dá o mesmo nome para o text grid, né? Do que para o wave. Todo mundo está comigo? Seguindo ainda? Não? Ok. Ok. Então, o próximo passo é próximo. Ok, agora vamos não. Primeiro, vocês podem abrir o canal 3 ou 4, qualquer um. Abre o canal 3 ou 4. Sem o text grid, só para ver mesmo. Uhum. Certo. Então, isso parece o que a gente esperava? Por que não? O que tem de diferente? O que a gente está vendo? Isso aí é nasalidade ou oralidade? Isso aí entra mais. Faz zoom in, numa parte onde parece que tem alguma coisa acontecendo. Faz zoom para uma parte. O que a gente está vendo? Isso parece como as linhas que a gente estava olhando antes? É o que isso que a gente está vendo? Uhum. Pois é, a linha está mais larga. Faz zoom de novo. What are we seeing on the... that it looks different? Alguém tem alguma ideia? É o quê? O que a gente está vendo? Uhum. Também diferente do que a gente estava visualizando ontem dos nossos dados, né? Por quê? Porque os dados que a gente estava olhando ontem já estavam filtrados pelo software que a gente estava usando para visualização. Então, é o que isso? I think... Você pode fechar aqui? Eu quero ver... você pode passar o zoom para lá, a pantalha do zoom? Onde que está o zoom? A sala do zoom. Certo. Aí passa isso para... Pode passar para lá? Certo. Então, essas linhas, né, que a gente está vendo, é o quê? Pode ser que seria um segmento vocálico. É um segmento vozeado. O que a gente está vendo é vozeamento. Como que a gente sabe que é vozeado? Exatamente. Vamos pensar. Como que a gente produz vozeamento? As pregas vogais abre e fecha, né? Abre e fecha. Então, o ar sai de maneira intermittent, digamos. Sai um pouco, aí fecha, aí sai de novo, fecha, sai de novo, fecha. Então, isso aqui é quando sai o ar, isso aqui fecha, sai o ar, fecha, sai o ar, fecha. Então, a gente está olhando a pulsação das pregas vogais. Isso a gente quer filtrar. Né? Na visualização que a gente fez ontem, não tinha. Então, vamos passar um filtro para conseguir ver aquela mesma linha reta que a gente estava vendo ontem. Certo.
One thing to notice, if we were to get a file, these are rather quiet files. The audio isn't too loud. Neither of the flow signals is especially really strong. We can see them. They're just not very loud. But we've already mentioned that Prot is treating these like sound files. And so that would imply that you can play them like a sound file. And you actually can. And if you play the airflow sounds, we already commented these look a lot like voiced segments. It turns out that if you play them, they do sound remarkably like the audio for reasons that are very complicated, but pretty much what Myriam has already said. I'm just going to try to get my computer to play these.
Ok, agora vamos começar a filtrar.
Sorry, I was just muting a couple of channels. So this is the sound from a different file. And I'll play one token. Come on. Maybe they can't hear it. Never mind.
Ok.
That's frustrating.
Então, continuamos. Vamos selecionar os dois canais, 3 e 4, um à vez. Então, começamos com o 3. Aí, vamos selecionar Filter. Aí, Filter, Pass, Hand, Band. A primeira opção. Aí, vai abrir essa janela. Então, seleciona o canal 3. Aí, Filter, Filter, Pass, Hand, Band. Aí, vai abrir essa janela. Aí, vamos ter que colocar alguns valores aqui. Então, no primeiro vai ser 0. De 0, vamos filtrar de 0 Hz até 100. Aqui vamos colocar 100. Na verdade, o valor do filtro depende do pitch do falante. Então, vai mudar de um falante para o outro. Mas aqui esses valores vão funcionar para aquele falante. Aí, o último valor, 25. Aí, colocar OK. Depois, faz de novo com o canal 4. Repete para o canal 4. Did it work? Perfect. So you can look at it now and see if it looks better. Yeah, you can close that one. And then view and edit on the right. try again? No, try again. There we go. There we go. Mm-hmm.
How can you like define like which number is the best for like each?
You have to try. You have to try. I tried like 20 different ones yesterday, and that's how I found it. In general, you'll want to, like, it'll be related to the speaker's frequency, F0, right? So you will always filter from 0 until 100, 80, 150. It depends on the pitch of your speaker. So it will be higher for women generally, and generally lower. But this is a female speaker, and 100 is working pretty good for this speaker. So you really just have to play around. But use the same values for the oral and nasal channel. Deu certo? You got it to work? For those of you who are already done, why don't you try again, but try a different value for, instead of 100, just try a different number and see what it does. Oh, but everyone's done. Agora, vamos combinar os dois canais filtrados, o canal 3 filtrado e o canal 4 filtrado. Então, tem que selecionar os dois juntos, ao mesmo tempo. Aí, combine to stereo. Combine to stereo. To stereo. Stereo sempre tem dois canais. Então, estamos juntando de novo os dois canais de fluxo de ar filtrados e agora vai criar um novo arquivo chamado Sound Combined Underline 2. Aí, vocês podem abrir aquele arquivo estéreo combinado. Next. Ok, agora estamos prontos para começar a visualizar. Todo mundo tem a janela do Pratt Picture. Todo mundo tem a janela do Pratt Picture aberto? Quem tiver aberto, seleciona um espaço de 3 a 6. Então, fecha. Vou fechar aqui. Posso fechar? Pode fechar. Aí, o Pratt Picture. É só isso. Open. New. Does someone know? I don't know how to reopen the Pratt Picture if it's closed. Or try, tenta aqui, draw. Draw. Okay. Okay. Now, edit. Para a esquerda, erase all. Certo.
When you're gonna filter this, the values depends on the people.
We'll start with men, 150 for women, but this speaker is a women and the pitch is 100. Okay. So you just have to try. Para achar o valor do pitch, né? Eu tentei tipo 30 vezes, 30 para achar esse valor, mas
The value is okay.
the value is okay now. Yeah. Oh, you'll see it because you'll still see a bunch of little fluctuations if it's not good. You'll still see the voicing. Yeah, you can draw. Okay, so todo mundo tem o Pratt Picture, a janela. Ok, então vamos selecionar uma caixa de 3 por 6. Vamos selecionar de 3 por 6. Aí, vamos ter as duas janelas abertas, o Prot Picture e o Prot Object Window. Então, no Prot Object Window, vamos selecionar o arquivo com os dois canais de fluxo de ar combinado filtrado. Vamos selecionar aquele arquivo. Aí, vamos pintar. Então, clique Draw. Draw. OK. Next slide. Então, Draw. E vai dar essa janela. E aí, clique OK. Próximo. Aí vai aparecer os dois canais. Deu certo? Where you can choose which one is channel 1 and which one is channel 2. Anyway, I don't know exactly how to play around with that, but there's some way that we can figure it out. OK, certo. Matt, I'm right behind you. Então, OK. O próximo passo vai ser acrescentar o text grid, tá? Então, no mesmo Prot Picture que a gente tem, vamos selecionar uma caixa de tamanho 5 por 6 na cima do outro, né? De 5 por 6. Aí, essa vez vamos selecionar o text grid correspondente a o intervalo da gravação. Tem que ser o mesmo text grid, né? Então, vamos selecionar o text grid no Prot Object Window. Aí vamos fazer a mesma coisa. Draw, Draw. Aí vai aparecer essa janela e a gente faz clique no OK. Todo mundo está comigo? Deu? Certo. Aí só tem que salvar. Tem que selecionar o tamanho da imagem. Aí Save as 600 DPI PNG. O 300 ou 600 que vocês veem lá é a qualidade da imagem. Então, melhor salvar com uma imagem de qualidade mais alta. Então, a gente 600. File. File. Save as 600. 600. Certo.
Quickly. When people are saving, it's good to make note of the fact there are multiple formats. The 600 DPI format is going to be a bit larger of a file, but you almost always need it to be that dense. You need it to be that big in order for it to not look horrible at large sizes. So always use the bigger PNG size. Also, if you don't want any pixelation problems, just save the PDF as well. There's nothing stopping you from saving the image twice, once as a PNG and the other as a PDF. I almost always use PDFs alone, myself. except for a few cases that require something that's not a PDF. And because I don't know what I'll need in advance, I usually just save both image types. What's next?
Ok. Próxima. Então, tem uma coisa aqui que não é optimal, digamos. Porque o canal de fluxo de ar nasal é bem fraco, né? Ele é bem fraco em comparação ao canal de ar oral. Então, às vezes, isso quer dizer, provavelmente, olhando para os dados, tá? Que tinha gapping da nariz. E, por isso, o canal de fluxo de ar nasal está muito fraco. Entenderam? Então, vamos tentar fazer de outra maneira, por causa disso. Vamos tentar visualizar o canal de ar nasal com a mesma amplitude do que o canal de ar oral, certo? Então, todo mundo já salvou a imagem anterior? Então, vamos selecionar no Prat Object Window, Erase All. File, Erase All. Vamos começar desde zero. Aqui, File, não, Edit. Erase All. Desculpa, é no Edit, não é no File, é no Edit. Erase All. E aí vamos começar de novo. Yeah, you can erase. Everybody good? Também. Can you help her erase it? Okay, cool. Então, próxima. De novo. Ok, então, começamos desde zero. Esta vez, vamos visualizar o canal de ar oral e o canal de ar nasal de maneira separada. Então, esta vez, vamos selecionar uma caixa de tamanho 1,5, 1,5 por 6. E vamos selecionar o canal, ou 3 ou 4. Vocês vão selecionar aquele que vocês querem visualizar na cima. Então, seleciona o canal, um canal único filtrado, aqui o canal 4. Aí, de novo, Draw. Próxima. Volta para trás. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Então, seleciona o canal que você quer visualizar em cima. Você pode voltar para trás. De novo. De novo. Não sei. Ok. Eu não fiz foto, mas seleciona de novo. Aí.
Eu já fiz do certinho.
Então faz o próximo. Do mesmo tamanho. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm working on. We forgot to add a photo. Então, draw. Mas seleciona aqui o unselect garnish agora. Ok. Agora faz os dois assim, sem garnish. Então apaga tudo e faz de novo. Otherwise, there's just a bunch of things overlapped on top of each other. Prot is very annoying and you can't do that. Okay, everybody with me? Yeah? Então, próximo. De novo. Ok. Aí faz de novo para outro canal, né? Os dois sem garnish. Então, fez o primeiro canal 3, né? Sem garnish. Aí embaixo você vai selecionar uma caixa do mesmo tamanho, de 1.0 até 3 por 6, né? Aí vai fazer o outro canal. Certo, tá certo. I need to add the scale first. Então, Prot é muito chato. Você tem que fazer todo na ordem exata. Então, vamos fazer desde zero. Apaga tudo e faz o primeiro canal de novo. Porque eu errei, tá? Eu errei nos passos. Eu esqueci um passo muito importante. O passo de incluir o valor 0. Para saber aonde que fica o 0. Então, vamos começar de novo. Faz com o primeiro canal. E aí vamos esperar. Eu vou passar através do próximo passo. Na verdade, está aí, tá? Uhum. Certo. Por 6. Uhum. É muito chato o Prot.
Tem muito manual.
Tem muito manual. And draw. Ok. Porque não tem garnish, né? Então pode ser ok. O que aconteceu? Você não selecionou o canal filtrado. Ok. Uma vez que você consegue visualizar o primeiro canal, deixa a seleção e no Prot Picture Window, seleciona Margins, one mark left, aí 00, right number, draw tick, draw dotted line, seleciona todo. Aí, ok. Aí, o que aparece? É o zero value, o valor 0, que indica quando não tem A, né? Não é calibration. É diferente. Mas, pelo menos, dá para ver que aqui tem um pouco de inspiração, por exemplo. Tá? Ok. Agora podemos fazer o outro canal. Então, vamos selecionar de 1.5 até 3 por 6. Vamos fazer o outro canal e, de novo, colocar o valor 0, do mesmo jeito, mesmo passos. One mark left. One mark left, a little bit higher. Yeah, there we go. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Great. And now you can do the other one underneath. Just make sure you select, yeah. Perfect. Yeah, you got it. Excellent. You catch on very quick. Okay, everyone with me? Próxima. Ok, agora vamos indicar qual canal que é qual. Também é importante, senão a gente esquece, é oral ou é nasal? Então, deixa selecionado a primeira ou a segunda. Aí seleciona margins, text left. Aí, se for canal de ar nasal, escreve nasal airflow. Se for canal de ar oral, escreve oral airflow. Aí, ok. E depois faz o segundo, né? Se você começou com o nasal, depois faz oral, ou vice-versa. Nice. Very good. Você já fez um practice antes de hoje? Ah, para o pitch também é muito bom, né? Ajuda. Tá certo. Ok, todo mundo comigo?
Now it puts it in the right place because you just drew the curve.
Yeah,
Exactly. So you have to do it in that order.
yeah, yeah. Ok. Próxima. Ok. Agora vamos acrescentar o espectrograma, né? Na outra visualização, a gente fez só fluxo de ar e text grid. Agora vamos ver como acrescentar também o espectrograma, para ter mais informação, né? Então, agora vocês têm que abrir o áudio do canal 1. Então, tem que voltar para o Prot Object Window. Tem que selecionar o objeto do áudio do canal 1. Seleciona, aí abre, View and Edit. Aí abre o canal 1, View and Edit. Aí tem que selecionar o intervalo inteiro. Do início até o final. E tem que ser exatamente do início até exatamente o final, senão a dimensão do tempo não vai estar alinhada entre o fluxo de ar oral e nasal e o espectrograma, entendeu? Uma vez selecionado, vai para o menu Spectrogram. Desculpa, eu esqueci um passo. Antes, vamos no Prop Picture. E agora vamos selecionar uma caixa de 2.5 por 6, embaixo do outro. Então, começa no 3, né? Aí vamos selecionar uma caixa de tamanho 2.5 por 6. Aí, aqui seleciona no áudio, from the beginning all the way to the end. Yeah, perfect. And then spectrogram. Paint visible spectrogram. Aí, unselect garnish. E unselect erase first. Ok. Certo. You can also change the, you can undo this if you want. Edit, undo, spectrogram.
Myriam, is the spectrogram garnished or no?
No.
Ungarnished.
So unselect,
Yeah,
ungarnish and unselect erase all. Aí, spectrogram settings. Segunda opção. And then go to dynamic range and put it to 40. Dynamic range changes like the lowest amplitude that you see. It makes the spectrogram more easy to see. So if you click OK, it's easier to read it now. Does that make sense? So, and then you can draw it, yeah. It'll look better like that. That's the waveform. So, go to channel 1. edit. Okay. First go to spectrogram settings. Now dynamic range, change the value to 40. Spectrogram settings. Yeah. The second one. And then change the
Just this?
visualizar. Tem que apagar isso lá. Agora. The one right above, paint visible spectrum. Select garnish. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Undo this one. Edit. Por que você fez isso? Ok. Aí, abre o canal 1. O canal 1. View and edit. Agora, spectrogram settings. Aí, muda para 40, quer dizer. Ok? Agora, já selecionou, né? Spectrogram settings. Não, paint visible spectrogram. Agora, unselect erase first e garnish. Agora, ok. Certo? Yeah. Ok, todo mundo comigo? It's too small, huh? Yeah, do Control Z. Again? Yeah, okay, let's try again. So select from here, yeah, all the way to 5. Yeah. And then open your channel 1. Yeah, so oh, but you can just do it from here also. There's many ways of doing it. So spectrogram, paint visible spectrogram. And then unselect garnish, okay? Set. Okay. Is everyone ready? Ok, agora vamos acrescentar o text grid. Esta vez, vocês já fizeram esse passo a última vez, né? Quando a gente acrescenta o text grid na imagem do prato, muitas vezes, ou quase sempre, é muito chato achar o tamanho da caixa exata para a imagem que você criou. Nessa vez, vai ser uma caixa de 6 por 6. Então, seleciona 6 por 6 no Prot Picture. Volta para o Prot Object Window. Tem que selecionar o Text Grid. Aí vamos fazer a mesma coisa do que a última vez, né? Draw. Aí, retira o Garnish. Tem que ter as mesmas seleções do que aqui. Então, unselect garnish, e aí, ok. Oh, you had an empty text grid.
No, it's just not.
You're just trying different things, yeah.
No, it's just not really fitting.
Okay.
I tried it the bigger.
To make it bigger. You can just, if it makes it too small, you can just make it bigger and then try. Some of it is just fiddling. It's just really annoying. It makes nice things, but it's really annoying to work with. Okay, let's try something else. So undo, undo. Control Z, Control Z. Okay, try a 3 by 6 for the spectrogram. Okay. The dynamic range is different on here, but that's okay. And then select one that's going to be like by 7. I don't know if you can maybe zoom out. Can you zoom out? I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be a little weird with that size window. Okay. Yeah, can you select one that's going to be 7 by 6? The other thing you could do is you could just make your airflow channels size 1 instead of 1.5. But I think that works. Yeah, so then try putting, oh, yeah, like that. Try putting your text grid in there now. Yeah. Oh. Just try different sizes until it works. At some point, it will work. Ok, agora. So yeah, it didn't work. That size didn't work, did it? Undo, Control, Command Z. Let's try size 8.
8.
Yeah, 8 by 6. Let's see if that works. Because I just tried 7 with Cynthia and it was still 2. So the difference here, by the way, is that people have two tiers of the text grid. So one thing you can do is you can just remove the word tier, which isn't really necessary. Yeah. Better. So ideally you would just, for the, para visualizar o text grid, seria melhor ter só tier, né? O tier do fone. Aí acrescentar só aquele tier. Então, e aí, anotar a palavra vai ser no nome da figura. Yeah. Not necessarily, but in this case, it works better. Ok, próxima. A última coisa que vamos fazer para esse Pratt Picture vai ser acrescentar o scale, né? Que a gente acrescentou oral airflow, nasal airflow. Então, vamos selecionar a caixa do espectrograma aqui. Margins, marks left. Aí, frequency, ou frequência, pode ser em hertz, né? Então, aqui é a característica que a gente está vendo, que é a frequência, e como que a gente está visualizando o valor do dado é hertz. The scale. Ups. Uma vez feito, vocês já podem salvar. Pode selecionar tudo e salvar. Ok. Yeah, save it as a salva como PNG file, como arquivo PNG, é 600. Ok, próxima. É aqui para salvar. Não esqueçam acrescentar o frequency scale.
Deu certo.
Deu?
Deu, só que eu fechei aqui.
Por isso que é importante salvar, né? Uhum.
Só que quando eu quiser, por exemplo, abrir, aí eu consigo abrir tudo isso. Por exemplo, você quer o desenho no espectrograma, eu consigo abrir aqui no...
Não sei se dá para abrir de novo. Na verdade, eu nunca tentei. Você vai fazer dezenas e dezenas.
Eu pensei que ia ter
O Davidson vai fazer mais.
Eu pensei que ia ter um negócio para passar isso.
Não, não tem. O negócio é você. Ok. Todo mundo comigo já conseguiu salvar a imagem? Ok. How come? Try it.
This station needs file, just file. No?
What if you look for the file in your laptop? Does it look like a PNG file?
It doesn't.
It doesn't?
Yeah, look like.
Click on it.
It doesn't open.
Try Adobe.
Maybe it goes like this.
That seems like a problem.
I'm adding a slide anyway that not to present now, but which they'll see at the end.
Okay, cool.
Because we, I think, accidentally converged on a few general rules while giving everyone advice.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for doing that. Ok, próxima. Ok, agora temos a imagem final. Quando vocês forem incluir uma imagem dessas num artigo, numa tese, o que seja, é muito importante incluir o nome da figura, né? Figura 1, aqui é importante dar um nome, um título para a figura que seja claro, meaningful. Então, aqui diz oral, top, quer dizer, na cima, and nasal, middle, airflow, with spectrogram, bottom. For the Guajá word, piraru, aqui aparece a palavra, né? Uttered by a male speaker or a female speaker, age, ajuda, né? Ter alguns metadados sobre o falante. Isso é representativo de qual geração? Dos homens ou das mulheres? Porque pode ter variação, né? Pode ter diferenças. E, ao incluir uma figura dessas num artigo, é não só incluir a imagem e pronto, né? Você tem que descrever no texto qual que é o padrão que a pessoa que vai ler tem que notar. Então, você descreve o padrão relevante no texto para o leitor saber exatamente o ponto que é importante dessa figura, porque tem muita informação, né? Então, aqui, por exemplo, a gente diria que o fluxo de ar nasal é muito alto na última vogal e na vibrante anterior, né? E, por exemplo, né? Então, aqui dá para ver que, pelo menos, a vibrante mais perto da vogal nasal é nasalizada. Ela é alvo, né? Certo? Ok. Próxima. Continua. Mais. Agora. Vamos falar de maneira bem breve sobre a apresentação dos dados, né? Se vocês querem escrever um artigo, uma tese, uma estrutura para apresentar os dados que a gente está trabalhando agora. Então, vai ser bem breve. Próxima. A regra geral é que tem uma estrutura definida já para um artigo de fonética. Tem a parte de introdução, aí os métodos, os resultados e a discussão. E aí a conclusão, né? Então, introdução, às vezes background, aí métodos, resultados, discussão e conclusão. E tem, por exemplo, tem um artigo que a gente está citando aqui que explica essa estrutura. Essa estrutura é fixa para muitas disciplinas das ciências. Então, aqui vamos focar sobre a seção de resultados que não tem trabalho de estatística. Como eu já falei, se vocês tiverem interesse nisso, a gente pode continuar em contato. Mas vamos falar sobre alguma coisa que, com as ferramentas que vocês aprenderam nessa aula, como escrever um artigo. Então, próxima. Na verdade, eu fiz um template para vocês preencherem. Então, vai ser bem fácil. Can you click? Vocês podem seguir a estrutura do artigo sobre o Piaroá, aquele artigo de 4 páginas, tem essa estrutura, né? Então, vocês podem ver, tipo, a introdução, que explica o fenômeno, o background, que explica a estrutura da língua, como funciona a harmonia nasal na língua, qual que é o sistema fonêmico, aí o método, aí resultado, só que a seção de resultado e metodologia vai ser um pouco diferente, porque o artigo do Piaroá tem análise estatística, né? Ok, can you scroll up? Então, vocês vão ter o link para esse template que eu criei para vocês, e vocês, na verdade, precisam só preencher, né? Título, nome do autor, instituição, data, aí introdução. Na introdução, você dá uma descrição breve, né, do fenômeno. E você apresenta a questão de pesquisa claramente. E a relevância sobre a literatura desse fenômeno, ou da nasalidade, talvez, ou das línguas amazônicas, né? Tem que ver com a questão exata. E no último parágrafo, você descreve a organização do artigo, né? Seção 1 apresenta blá blá blá, seção 2 apresenta blá blá blá. Então, segunda seção é o background. E aqui tem uma divisão entre background sobre a estrutura da língua e background sobre o fenômeno da pesquisa. Então, aqui seria, por exemplo, background on Piaroa phonology e background on nasal harmony, por exemplo, né? Então, na primeira seção, vocês têm que descrever a estrutura da língua, o inventário fonêmico, talvez a estrutura da harmonia nasal, por exemplo, domínio, direcionalidade, gatilho, alvo, segmentos transparentes e bloqueadores. E para o fenômeno, vocês apresentam o que a gente já sabe sobre o fenômeno, né? Então, próxima sessão. Metodologia. Aqui tem dividido em 3 partes. Estímulos, então você dá as condições e todas as palavras. Aí, Participants and Data Collection, você explica quantas pessoas que você gravou, a idade, o sexo dos participantes. Aí, como que você coletou os dados, qual que foi a metodologia, o processo de gravação. Qual microfone, qual gravador que vocês usaram? Ok. Aí, data processing. Como que você criou o text grid? Né? Como que você fez para determinar o início e o final de uma vogal, o início e o final de uma oclusiva? Se você fez algumas medidas, como que você fez as medidas? Explica tudo isso. Próximo. We're stuck here for about 5 minutes anyway, so. Ok, resultados. Aqui, então, o mais broad picture que você consegue adicionar no trabalho, melhor. Né? Mais dados, melhor. Mas uma regra geral seria, por exemplo, 3 imagens por tipo de palavra. De 3 até 5 seria um mínimo bom, confortável, digamos. Por cada tipo de palavra, né? Palavra com harmonia nasal com obstruente. Palavra com harmonia nasal sem obstruente. Palavra oral com obstruente. Para palavra oral sem obstruente. Né? Todas as condições, por exemplo, que a gente tem. Próxima. Então, aqui aparece, né? Você coloca e entra o nome da figura, como a gente já viu. E depois a discussão, né? Aí a gente fala sobre os padrões importantes que a gente achou nos dados, né? Então, aqui seria, por exemplo, a gente viu que a vogal nasal, a última sílaba de uma palavra com harmonia nasal é muito nasal e a vibrante anterior também, mas desce, digamos, o ar nasal para a aproximante anterior. Alguma coisa assim, né? Então, explica o que a gente está vendo. Explica o padrão que é regular, explica o padrão que é específico a uma palavra, ou a um falante, ou a um grupo de falantes de um dialeto, ou para as mulheres, digamos. Qualquer padrão que seja relevante para os seus dados. E, finalmente, a conclusão, né? Foi rápido, desculpa, eu sei que é pesado. Mas, pelo menos, vocês têm acesso a esse template e vocês podem usar, né? Ok. Any last thing? Yeah. Do we have time?
They won't take long.
Okay.
Let's go back to pitfalls first, although, yeah, if you exit out and then go back to pitfalls, which I think is now called common pitfalls. It's literally right there, right? Up one. Yeah, there. So it's like 3 slides. Okay. So I don't want to end on a, I guess, precautionary note, but after a certain point, you'll get better at doing these things, and you'll feel drunk with power, and you'll feel as if you have the tools to understand everything, and as if you can't hear counter arguments from anybody. You have better data, or something like that. But we very much don't want to fall into that trap. A pitfall is a kind of a trap. We want to be careful not to get too overconfident and have some problems that are very common. So I'm just going to mention a few of the more common problems that can arise to interpretation of the data after you have it, because you have to think about your data and interpret it just as hard as any other linguistic case. In this case, the nature of the data is just different. Next slide. So first of all, we saw this plot briefly a little bit ago, but I want to unpack what's going on here in more detail. So what we see in the plot there looks very simple, but it's the result of taking sort of an average of more than 5,000 tokens, about 2,500 in each of the oral and nasal conditions of an experiment, where nasal means there was a nasal trigger somewhere in the word before the consonants that we're measuring. And this is nasal airflow during voiceless obstruent consonants, p, t, k, ch, qu, I think. And if we look at these, we see, yeah, nasal has more nasal airflow than oral. Good. We expect that. What if we were to look at an individual token instead, from each condition, instead of 2,500 from each? That would certainly seem to be much faster. If you do look at a single token or a very small number of tokens from each of these conditions to make a comparison, and besides, maybe you don't need a plot like this. Maybe you just want to look at a few tokens and be done with it. You do have to take the necessary precautions, and you do have to be aware that there are limitations on what you can claim from just looking at a single token. So if you click once, all right, I've split the cases into separate windows here. They're now no longer on top of each other, right? But it's the same data. They're just on the left and on the right. Now I'm going to rescale them to include all of the data, not just the average tracks, and then I'm going to show all of the data underneath. So if you click again, so we should notice a few things. One, the difference is still there at the top, but I had to shrink the data on the axis because the axis goes quite a lot further up than the average lines do. And this is because some individual observations, mainly in the nasal condition, remember our average up here is about 40 milliliters per second of flow. The data here go up as high as 350. So, and these are all, each of these lines is an individual stop in the data. Down here they overlap each other so much that they just look like a single blue blob. But let's suppose that I took one of these stops that has its line way up here, and I compared it to here, any one of these that are kind of similar to one another. The amount of variability that turns out to be in our data is so high, and this is true for a lot of phonetic things. There's so much variation that if we select one token at random, we're very unlikely to arrive at the typical idea of what the pattern is actually like. So the actual pattern is somewhere down here, right? Like we see it. It's somewhere down here. But we could easily accidentally select something that's that high. It would give us a very, it would tell us incorrectly that the difference is absolutely huge. Likewise, what if I took one that was way down here? I could mistakenly get some data that says that actually there's less nasal airflow when there's a nasal trigger. So you do have to be very careful about that. You do want to look around at your data, at a few different instances in your data, and you do want to get a sense for what is typical before you select a token. You'll often see something in papers that present single tokens like, this is a representative token, or this is a typical token. You should have as a goal to make sure that it's typical when you pick it, so that you don't accidentally misstate things in some major way. And this is important because at the level of phonetics, things are often quite variable compared to at higher levels of structure. All levels of linguistic structure can have variation. But the degree and type of phonetic variation that we can see when we look at data like this is much higher than people often expect. So just bear in mind. Often the most principled thing to do is to take an average like this, but sometimes we don't have time. So choose carefully. Next slide. There's also zeroing, which I can go through very quickly. We might have noticed in plotting our practice data today that sometimes it didn't look like the zero was actually the zero. Like it looked like when we drew zero airflow and we looked at, say, the middle of a voiceless stop, like the P in pirarin, we might have noticed that actually nasal airflow and oral airflow during the P was above zero. Did we notice that? In general, it's a little bit above zero. This is because when these devices are recording, zero is usually not actually zero. Usually, you have to subtract away a number which will, in this case, we'll call it the zero offset. It's the actual zero. If nothing is happening, that is what the device will record in each of the airflow channels. Remember that yesterday we made some recordings of nothing. We just, at the beginning of everything, we just put the mask and recorded nothing for a few seconds. That was the zero trial. And what you end up having to do is you have to go back to the zero trial and you have to see what nothing actually looks like. When I'm recording, by the way, I don't usually put the masks directly down onto a table. I usually have a bowl with me for that purpose. Keeps the mask clean. And on the plus side, it also blocks some wind from coming in from the sides. So, question, quick. You are anticipating exactly what I'm going to suggest. So Nick asked, we don't really have a Zoom, right? I guess we don't have a Zoom, no. No, like a Zoom with people on it. Okay. Anyway, then I think people will have heard what Nick said, maybe, but Nick basically said, we should anticipate maybe that we need to change what counts as zero when we make the plots. And that's exactly what I'm suggesting. So next slide. One thing that we can do is just get the number that corresponds to what zero actually is, and then draw our zero line at that number instead of zero. So it'll look a little weird because your plot will have a line going across that instead of 0 at the side says 13 or something. But when you explain to people the 0 response line is the 13 with the dotted line next to it, then it will make more sense. Easiest way to figure out what that is to play around with the 0 recording itself. Because it gives you your best idea of what nothing is. This is the particular way that we do it. There's a way of getting the amplitudes of a bunch of data at once in prot. You select the middle of the 0 file where nothing's happening. You just make a big, long selection. Then you go up to sound, and there's an option in there to measure something that you might not have noticed, which is get amplitude. And you can just get some numbers. It will return to you 4 numbers. They're really tiny here, but they are there. And these numbers are the average amplitude, the level of sound that's present in each of the channels. And it just so happens that the average amplitude in the airflow channels where nothing is happening is basically our 0 offset. The one slight challenge is that they are, I don't actually think in decibels, and usually we end up wanting to draw these in decibels, so there's a conversion process you may have to do, or you might get the number in some other way. But if you're curious about how to do this, and you want to put a very nice finish on your figures, looking at you, Davison, if you want to know how to do this sometime in the near future, you should just ask us, and we'll probably think of some way to improve this. Next slide. One last point. Again, you will feel drunk with power at some point. You're gonna love having these methods in your repertoire. You have a new tool that you can make use of in interpreting your data, but you do need to be careful to not confuse using instrumental methods and always being correct. Just a word of caution to everyone. This is absolutely not going to make you more correct. Much like drinking coffee doesn't make you smarter, it just makes you move faster or something. But in this case, just because you're getting numbers from prot or making fancy figures does not mean that they're automatically more correct or should be taken more seriously. It's very possible for data to be displayed incorrectly in figures, for there to have been a mistake somewhere in building the figure, for something to be off with the zeroing of your data, so on and so on and so on. You have to think at each step as you're going through these things and make sure that the data that you're looking at makes sense. And as the very last note, this also means that you should be constantly questioning prot as you are using prot. Prot will give you sometimes numbers that make no sense. Its pitch tracking will fail, and it will tell you that the pitch goes, in an utterance, when obviously it goes, When you see something like that, it means that your settings are wrong. It doesn't mean that your ears are wrong. Your ears are probably right. It means that there's something wrong with the settings in Prot, and you need to change the settings. I'll leave it at that, because we should probably get going. And there's no other slides except for a references bit at the end. Or no, the paperwork's cited, and we're done. I wish I'd thought to put a big thank you slide at the end, but of course, thanks to everyone. It's been a lovely time, and a very interesting experience for me personally, coming to Amazonicas for the first time, and to South America for the first time, actually. So thanks, everyone. Myriam, you want to get a word in?
Foi prazer realmente estar aqui com vocês, e eu espero não seja a última vez que a gente fosse falar sobre isso. Então, é o começo, digamos, tá? Vamos almoçar, vamos jantar, vamos continuar conversando, e qualquer coisa, seriamente, pode me enviar um e-mail. E se eu não responder, manda de novo.